to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends, live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Baker and friends, it's second to none.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you are. And Valhalla hopefully will be here soon. I forgot to send him a link. Sometimes it doesn't work. Edward says, I look forward to an 8-hour day of Bev being nice, rational, logical, and never once lying about anything all day. Edward, don't start day drinking this soon, because you know how it's going to be. She's going to be 15 minutes late. She's going to yell at the defense. Treat Hanky Panky as he's a disabled school kid, even though he lies faster than a horse can run. And then when we get to around 11 o'clock, she's going to... I think it's time for a mid-morning break. And then she'll come back and say, well, I got your affidavit, so see you again next week. Good morning, Dory and Carol Sue. Dory says, this has turned into a shite show. This turned into a shite show 2 years ago. It's just gotten worse. Hey, Nina. And James Bond. And Kelly from Maine. Up where they grow the lobsters on trees. Hannah D. Brokenhearted. Adriel Hillis. I think we might be starting with Aiden and Karen in the big courtroom with Judge Doolin for Lord knows what. Yes, this is a thing we don't really know anything about. Aiden put out yesterday that him and Karen will be sitting together at the defense table in the big courtroom this morning. Apparently, Hank has inserted himself into his trial on a Rule 17 motion to get his phones. So they are still, even though they couldn't get a grand jury to pin it on them, going with the defense used Aiden and had a conspiracy. Yeah. Well, out and about. How are you doing? was about. Oh, I thought was about time that Proctor was fired. I was like, was about time. I was on time today. Yeah. I saw some people yesterday were taking victory laps because now it's proven that when someone said he was fired back in November, they were actually right. That's not how it works, because he wasn't fired till yesterday. We all knew that he was in big trouble. Most of us just expected that they were going to string it along while the case was on, and if she got free, they would fire him. If not, they would give him some symbolic punishment, and then he'll be reinstated. But they fired him. They couldn't. They even in Canton they couldn't cover him up anymore. Hey, Carly. And Helen from Holland. And Dallas Born. How long do we think Bevy will last today? 2-3 hours? If we go to lunch, it's probably going to be a long day. She's an older lady. Come on now. Can't have these high expectations. Hey, Joe. It's okay, Valhalla forgot to wake up. I'm just... Normally, I'll run it, because I was looking... You know how it is, Marissa. You can see up in the corner the connected streams. I thought, why the hell haven't he set it up? And then I went back and looked, because I sent him the one for Tuesday. Hey, Jemima. You don't have to call me baby. I heard that he is working for Mediocre Chicken and Palm in the greatest pizza/surveillance shop in Canton. No, the big problem, every day we go to this, I was thinking about this while I was at the gym this morning and thought, oh, it's going to be so obnoxious. I'm going to be so mad. When we were done Tuesday, I had ticks in my hands because I was so angry. While we were streaming, I went over and streamed the snowplow guy. I had a finger that just kept, and funny enough, it was Sue's finger. And it just kept ticking. And I thought, what the hell's going on? Maybe, and then when I got to bed, both my hands were just cramping because I was so angry. And I just wanted to scream. Hey, Elizabeth from England. Good afternoon, morning to you. And 3, 2, 1, go. Hello. And Holly Mac. And Wolpie. Hey, anime. Smash the like as if you're Bev smashing claws on break. You all think we'll get a full day in court? I don't think anyone expects that with her. That Brennan is such a shyster. He's a special prosector. I don't mock, I make slight satire. But she's an idiot. He's a big baby is what he is. He said he was right. What a loser. Well, everyone around him, they were attacking Will the Glarer yesterday because, well, you started all that drama for nothing. Pretty sure Will didn't start any drama. Someone else lost their mind because they didn't get a notice on Sunday. People are stupid. Hey, Katie. How are we doing? What impact do you think hiring will have on this case, if any? Hiring? The firing. Talking about the firing, it'll be a heck of a hole of a problem when they have him on the stand, because they will say, so, special former Trooper Proctor, you were fired because of the way you handled this case correctly. No, that's not correct. Then why were you fired? Because I shared confidential information, I disparaged the defendant, and I made it look like the MSP had a bias. And I was drunk in my patrol car, but I can't see that being a fireable offense in Canton. The legal limit is the least amount of alcohol you're allowed to drive with in your blood. It's the upside down world over there. Is there a hearing today or something? All of a sudden, my YouTube alerts fired off about 20 notices. Everyone is going live. Yes, every one of us grifters are live right now because we have a new hearing in the Can Read case. OnlyFans showed up today. So yes, today will be a big day. Hopefully we'll get something done. Because you are better than most. Thank you so much, Dave. That's high praise for someone who is married to a Swede. And OnlyFans just stopped. Thank you, Dave. I love you with an unbridled passion. You can only hate with an unbridled passion if you, for example, hate Olive Garden. Oh, you're here from Recovery Addict. I thought I didn't recognize the name, and it looks like we have video feed problems from court. But welcome. And now they are sharing audio, which they're not allowed to. I am a little ray of sunshine. Hey, Teresa. Ahoy, ahoy. Very good news. After over 2 weeks in the hospital with flesh-eating disease, my sister is home on daily warm care for a few weeks and doing well considering. Thanks for all the best wishes. I'm glad to hear that, Holly. That's a horrible disease to get, and something that they can't really treat because most of them seem to be resistant to bacteria, not bacteria, the other thing, the opposite of bacteria. Why can't the name escapes me right now? Penicillin. Usually wouldn't post my comment, just imagine what I said to you. Yeah. HAVH and Lita and Jen. Apparently that's what you do if you're in the court system. And I missed it by minutes. I forgot to send you the link, but you should have a link now, Valhalla. Preemptive strike for the swear jar. Yeah, I have a feeling we'll be needing this today because if we're already starting out with them trying to get Aiden's phones again, they had them. They'll probably get us in trouble with monetization because that's just stupido. Oh. Panera bread. You can only hate Panera bread with a passion. Yeah, but it didn't seem like he knew what the hell was going on, why all of a sudden he was called back into court. Thank you, Joyful, for a $10 super sticker. Saying you're my #1 fan. Aww. I have to find time to do a giveaway again because since the last one we have crossed a few milestones. I think officially I am 10,000 subs up since I was in Knoxville last year, so probably have to find something to give away. 13 months. Thank you, Wolpy. And Krista says, it's our membership berry. Thank you for all the fun. And Krista, you asked last week about the coffee app. Nothing has come through, so I don't know if they refunded you, but nothing came through in my end. They want the new phone as well. Jeebus. Aiden is just happy not to be in jail. Yeah, he made a post yesterday that people don't need to tell him he effed up. He knows he did something that was a little stupid. But again, I made that rule for myself when I was in local politics that I would never get drunk in my own town because that's when trouble happens. Maybe don't have a beer in Canton right now. If you are Betterow, Aiden, Tom, Mike, DY guy, Emily D. Baker, Declarer, LTL, Young Jerks, Brother Council. Yeah, anyone who is pro or who thinks that, well, not that we're pro, but that we see that the state doesn't have a case, probably shouldn't, because they will try and get you. Thank you, Krista. Well, the swear jar always forgives you. "14 counter-strikes. Where's Jedi? Yes. She's doing nothing as always. Lounging, frolicking, doing nothing. I'm not sure how much more I can handle this trial because it's so insane. I'm probably going to have to donate to the swear jar again. I'm believing today we will have motions. Bev will let the defense talk. Brennan will have a slight talking to, and about his misstatements, and we will have rulings on everything by 5 o'clock today. That's my... Oh. Sorry, I blacked out. Did I say something stupid while I was gone? He's been admitting that he messed up since it happened. Yeah, and again, lapse of judgment, but with the barn-sized target he has on his back, just stay out, Canton. Thank you so much, Holly Mac. Swear jar fund, forgive me, Father. I know that I need it. Swear jar is going to be full today because I think it's going to go crazy. I really hope that the court feed isn't like this all day. Thank you so much, Holly. I know Spanky is going to bring up the documentary stuff again. But again, I watched a little bit because I finally figured out how to activate my Macs. And it's nothing different from what we do. This lady is just grifting the other side. If you put Plevin on to give you facts in a case, it's like having a health documentary about how good crack is for you, and then having a junkie talk about it does wonders for your dental health. The second I saw Plevin on there, the human thumb, and then he started speaking, and I don't see myself as a particularly intelligent guy, but I got stupider after listening to Plevin and him trying to explain stuff. So I skipped around a bit, and the thing is, and again, going back to my time in politics, you would have an interview with a journalist, and the next day you would sit and read the interview and think, who said that? Because I didn't. Because they'll cut everything and put it in the context that makes sense to them. So is it a good idea? I know it was her testimony to get the story out there. I would probably have hold off. I don't know if it was going before it ended with a hung jury and if she thought it would be done, but I see it as a big old grift from Discovery, especially when they have the myth about the Ring video. We know there is no evidence, and I know all the short bus smurfs keep saying it. She deleted a Ring video. She had no access. Well, she could use his computer when she visited the house that morning. That's why she was there. The computer didn't have access to the Ring system. She could delete it. The only access to the Ring system was through John's phone. John's phone hasn't been in the house since he went out drinking the night before. Yeah, but we have a post-it note. Yeah, and that's a big problem for the police, because if that Ring cam video existed at some point and someone left a note saying, I've seen this, then someone at the police have deleted this stuff and not turned that over to the defense, which I know no one would believe that anyone in this case did a Brady violation. So come on now. It's not like videos go missing all the time in this case, but there's no evidence that anyone touched the Ring video that morning from the house. And they keep going with it. And Plevin keeps talking about it. We had troopers testifying. The troopers who testified from the people Plevin believes, saying, didn't exist. We talked to Ring. No one deleted anything. But Discovery goes with that. Again, if you're going to ask a junkie if crack is good for you, he'll probably say, yeah. If you're going to ask Plevin if it's really smart to stop breathing because it'll conserve energy, he'll say, yeah. Preliminary contribution to the swear jar. Oh, jar. Swear jar's getting fat today. Yeah, always hit the notify button, and then because with all the time zone shenanigans, I saw Andrea Burkhardt had to get up to start at 5:45 her time. My friend Flint is in that documentary. Interesting. I'm also going to
see any case law that specifically says under these circumstances a Commonwealth lawyer is obligated to obtain a Rule 17 subpoena to pursue or obtain other information available in a separate case. But these are a bit unique in circumstances in that I am a specially appointed prosecutor to Karen Reed's case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, and Judge Cosgrove, Special Prosecutor Cosgrove, is specially appointed to Mr. Carney's case. Because of that, I have from the beginning kept a very strong line of separation between both Mr. Carney's case and Ms. Reed's case. I have only sought information that's been publicly available, and that's why my motion cites a search warrant, an affidavit in the search warrant, and there are two pleadings as well in my motion that are on the public docket. And so what I learned is from my public reading and from watching hearings.
There's more where this came from if you block stack. Don't tempt me, but I'm trying to be good to Zach. He's a special needs kid.
And so what I know is that there are two phones that were searched by Trooper Tully and is in the possession of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and the information is relevant material to Karen Reed's case. The reason why it's important and relevant is that separately I possess information that establishes not only a relationship between Karen Reed and Mr. Carney, but a relationship in where information, some of it private, some of it suggestive grand jury minutes, was passed purposefully from Karen Reed to Mr. Carney. Originally, a third party was used, an intermediary, where allegedly Ms. Reed would send the information to the third party, would then be sent to
Counsel, let me stop you there. Has the name of the intermediary appeared in the public record?
I don't know that. I know that the attorneys are very well aware of that person's name. It may be, but I don't know that, and that's why I've refrained.
Let me ask you this, counsel. Does the name of the intermediary appear in Trooper Tully's affidavit, either in the substantially itself or in the addendum A?
I will need to re-review, but it very well may.
Well, that's a critical issue here with regard to the purported relevance of the data sought. Let me ask you this, Attorney Brennan. Have the extraction reports that have been requested been generated?
I understand they are available to Special Prosecutor Cosgrove, and that they have the reports that have been generated.
Has the underlying data from the two phones in question been assembled?
I understand that it has. I cannot personally confirm because I have not asked to review it personally.
Do you know the volume of the underlying data?
I have no idea because I've purposely not asked to see it or ask questions about it.
Okay. Please elaborate on relevance as it relates to consciousness of guilt.
Yes. As Your Honor is aware, consciousness of guilt is a different standard than trying to prove a case of intimidation of a witness beyond a reasonable doubt. What we expect evidence will show, separately and in Mr. Carney's phone, is that there was a relationship between Karen Reed and Mr.
For those of you who are wondering why it's not Brennan, not Bev, it's because this is Aiden's judge who is now listening to Special Prosector Brennan arguing that he should have access to Aiden's phones to prove a conspiracy that a grand effing jury has debunked. This is a fishing expedition without a net. He should probably tell us why we need special prosectors for both Karen Reed case and Aiden's case. And hey, Valhalla, how you doing? Yeah, I love it when you mute your mic and just talk to me dirty.
Son of a gun. I said,
You forgot to link your stream.
Huh? Yeah, we didn't send the link until whenever you sent it.
You can do
this
it
morning.
while we're live.
Mr. Carney, in which Ms. Reed would provide information indirectly to Mr. Carney. That information would then be reviewed by Mr. Carney, posted on social media, and consequently was used, we believe, allegedly, to intimidate and harass witnesses. In the search warrant itself, there is extraordinary detail on how Mr. Carney targeted witnesses in Ms. Reed's case, with the express purpose, according to Mr. Carney, that this trial of Ms. Reed never go forward.
That Aiden is a shock jockey who says things online. It doesn't. I really hate this idiot.
I really can't stand it.
We have a many-page affidavit that we have provided to the court. I can offer some of the most important parts if Your Honor would like.
Counsel, I don't think that's necessary. I've reviewed the affidavit in support of the search warrant thoroughly, and here's where I struggle. So the case law says
This is Judge Cosgrove, I believe is his name. And he is a go F yourself judge. You don't go in there and just say, Mommy Bev, I'll give you a white claw if you rule on my motion. He's actually doing what a judge is supposed to do.
the party seeking the data in question has to make a initial factual showing that it's relevant, not potentially relevant, relevant. That's the initial burden. So to demonstrate her alleged consciousness of guilt, defendants, don't the communications sought or the data related thereto have to only involve communications?
Sorry, Judge Strulen Cosgrove is the special prosector in Aiden's case. Sorry.
Between Mr. Kearney and the defendant?
I'm not clear on your question, Your Honor.
How is anything beyond communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant in this case relevant to her consciousness of guilt? Here's my issue. You have sought a broad swath of data. We don't know the volume yet, but it is from the addendum A to Trooper Tully's affidavit in support of the search warrant, it calls for data including calendars, alerts, reminders, notes, text messages, pictures, or videos from April 1st, 2023 through including October 5th, 2023. 7 months of material that ostensibly could include everything from meeting notes, calendar invites, texts, videos, things that have absolutely nothing to do with communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant. So how can the Commonwealth make the threshold showing that those are relevant?
First, this is a ruling with Mr. Kearney, so I'm asking that Mr. Kearney is necessary to be at the table. I'm not sure why we're being joined by Ms. Reed's team, unless they have standing in this.
Your Honor, we're a little confused, and I don't mean to interrupt the proceeding, but as we're...
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Of course, I'm sorry. Alan Jackson on behalf of... We didn't see which case number was called for this Rule 17, if it was Mr. Kearney's case number or if it was Ms. Reed's case number. We were told, or at least our impression in talking to Judge Cannoni, was if this issue was going to be on our case number. I specifically asked that question at Sidebar day before yesterday, and she said, yes, the Rule 17 that Mr. Brennan's dealing with is on Ms. Reed's case number as it pertains to her rights. And the
This
issue
meeting is being recorded.
Counsel, it has been called in this case, but I don't know that your client has standing with regard to this particular issue.
So the case number, I just want to make sure procedurally I'm on the same page as the court and Mr. Brennan and Mr. Kearney. The case number that was called was the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
00117.
Okay.
That's correct.
And she needed to be here, and she has a right to counsel, and we believe we have a right to be heard on this issue because it does attend to her rights going forward in terms of her case. I mean, this is her case.
I don't know that yes, it is her case, but what standing does she have to challenge a Rule 17 request related to documents produced in another case?
Because it specifically pertains to the prosecutor asking for information in her case to move forward, her consciousness of guilt, etc.
Those are evidentiary issues, counsel.
Correct, but
which can be dealt with at a later time. Those are what you're suggesting are evidentiary issues which are not before the court. All of it before the court is a Lamprin hearing on material sought from Mr. Kearney's case. The evidentiary issue will be dealt with at a later time.
And respectfully, I don't necessarily disagree that from an evidentiary standpoint or the disability standpoint, that can be dealt with at a later time, but the case should never be called without my client being here. She has a constitutional right to be here and to be heard, even on a Rule 17. The Commonwealth there's been Rule 17s for 2 years on this case, over and over and over, Your Honor. The Commonwealth has taken positions on Rule 17s. We've taken positions on Rule 17s dealing with third-party information, be it cell phones or text messages or whatever. I'm only asking that we be entitled to be heard on this issue, even though it deals with Mr. Kearney's phone and he's got legal representation. It also attends to Ms. Reed's rights, and it's her case number, and the reason the Commonwealth is trying to bring it in is to deal with her case, not Mr. Kearney's case. So she has to have a right to be heard.
Counsel, this motion's been pending for a week and a half now. I don't have any opposition from you. I don't have any submission from you.
We intended to submit oral argument as it attends to, and we're prepared.
Did you give the court notice of that?
We did to Justice Cannoni.
Okay.
Day before yesterday.
And what do you propose, counsel?
So Bev said this is a Karen Reed issue, but it's then slated as an Aiden issue, and then they didn't tell Karen Reed that they're talking about it, even though they slated it under her number, her trial number.
This seems bizarre.
I want to start day drinking.
This seems really bizarre. So they've called Karen Reed's case.
Yes.
And they're using Karen Reed's case to get to Aiden's phone. But
yes.
Karen Reed's lawyers aren't supposed to have any involvement in
No,
this.
get to Aiden's phone, which would suggest that Karen Reed is cooperating with Aiden to harass witnesses in her case.
Yeah.
But she's not allowed to be heard in that case because it's only a search warrant for Aiden's phone to get notes that is potentially sent from Karen Reed. And this judge doesn't think both of them could have an intent. But it's more that they ask Cannoni, is this going to be on in our case? And yes, okay, we'll file an oral motion. So they didn't file a written motion. And now this judge is saying, I didn't have anything. Yeah. Well, it's called under Karen's number, so it is Karen's case.
Yeah, they called her docket number. Like, this is technically Karen's case that they're using to get to Aiden's phone for Aiden's case. Like, this is weird. This is weird.
Why can nothing happen in this court? And this judge, he is way better than Judge Canoni. But now the Karen Reed's defense team have to argue with him and get on his shitty side because again there was fuckery going on.
Well, that's
Why
what
didn't
this
Bev
is.
call
This
and
is-
say, "Hey, by the way, I told Alan Jackson he's allowed to come in and argue"?
This is bizarre.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be
now,
fun. Marissa. That'd be fun.
is Judge Canoni a witness in this case to testify if AJ?
She might be. She might be.
The only thing I propose, I don't want to interrupt Mr. Brennan's argument, but when Mr. Brennan is finished, Ms. Little is prepared to address the court on the very issues Mr. Brennan is bringing up.
I'll take it under consideration. Is there an issue, counsel, with the current configuration, the court, such that that causes any issue for any of the parties?
No, absolutely not, Your Honor. Again, I will step back. I will be a little mouse in the room. I just need to be in the courtroom. And once Mr. Brennan is finished, before the court makes its ultimate ruling, and once Mr. Radel is finished, I think we should be provided an opportunity to be heard.
He looks like a cat who got a bowl of cream.
He does.
He just loves the stream he's going home to make.
He's look at him staring at the camera. It's like, I don't know what's going on either, guys. I have no idea what the hell's going on.
I'll consider the request.
Okay.
Judge, I have no objection procedurally if counsel wants to join in my filing. That's an issue in terms of the filing. So, just put it
Thank
down.
you. Thank you,
Well,
Attorney.
Your Honor, I do object. Ms. Reed's counsel and Ms. Reed do not have standing for this motion. I don't believe they should be sitting at the table for this motion. It's a Rule 17 motion of third party. She has no privacy interest in these materials. She has no standing to object, and she's not a party on the Rule 17.
Thank you, ADA Brennan. She is a party in this case, and I'll allow her to sit.
And Marissa just sent me the docket. Yes, it is under Karen's number.
At council table and to have representation, and I'll consider whether I'll hear from her counsel concerning the substance of the motion and her
Thank you, Your Honor.
considerations there
We
too.
appreciate the court accommodating us.
So, ADA Brennan, with the court's apologies for the interruptions, the crux of the issue, as I see it, with regard to relevancy and the Commonwealth's burden at this stage to show that the requested materials are relevant, involves the breadth of what has been requested. And perhaps you could speak to that and how materials that would be swept into this request are in fact relevant.
I understand the court's concern, and I've looked at Addendum A as well, and I've identified the information I think is relevant to the Rule 17 subpoena. So I agree the Rule 17 subpoena speaks broadly, but what is relevant is sections D, E, and F. Now, mindful that there was probable cause to obtain this warrant, which is a far stronger standard than what is needed for a Rule 17 motion.
Counsel, pardon me, did you say D, E, and F of Addendum A?
Yes. So if we look at section D, there was probable cause granted for communications between Mr. Kearney and any witness or family members of witnesses involved in the murder of John O'Keefe to include but not limited to Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Juliana Albert, Michael Proctor, Elizabeth Proctor. And so limited, including but not limited, would suggest any witnesses in the Commonwealth vs. Karen Reed case. E is pictures or video depicting evidence of intimidation of a witness. So similarly to D. And F, data evidence disseminating data depicting evidence of intimidation of witnesses of those same people. And so D, E, and F are squarely on point and relevant to the Commonwealth vs. Reed case. If there is probable cause to obtain a search warrant, believing that there is information of those three categories on those phones, then I believe we're...
Because this judge isn't the judge running the Karen Reed case. He's running the Aiden Carney case. But Hank Brennan has filed this in the Karen Reed case. That's how can he even file a case and have Aiden's lawyer, Aiden's judge on the stand when it's filed under Beverly Canoni? And I don't get any
how
of
this is happening. I don't either. I don't understand how this is happening. This doesn't seem like it's in congruence with the Constitution. You know what I mean? Like something seems very off here. You have a right to face your accusers. That's an amendment.
One of the things that seems very off is your microphone.
Well, what the crap, Baker?
You have to get closer to it. Get a stand for it.
It's got to stand. See, it'll stand.
we're entitled, because we'll clearly have met our burden of proof, not only because Rule 17 is that it's likely relevant, much less than probable cause, but because of all the attendant information that we've provided. There is...
Hey, Brennan, let me stop you again. Would any of those categories include communications from Mr. Kearney with counsel for Ms. Reed?
No, I think those would be privileged. Secondly, there are motions filed in this case, not Karen Reed case, Mr. Kearney's case. One is the Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's motion to suppress and to restrain any searching of a computer or telecommunications devices. This was filed by Special Prosecutor Cosgrove. And in that motion, on page 5, he notes that the 2 phones that I'm seeking information from have already been searched. And he also notes in the motion that there does not appear to be any attorney-client privilege materials. There is a second source as well, and that is in the Commonwealth v. Kearney case, docket number 53, Commonwealth's revised proposal for examination of digital material seized. That's relative to the 4 phones that I'm not seeking. However, it's instructive because in that motion as well, it talks about the history, and it gives assurance that there are no attorney-client privilege communications in the 2 phones that I seek. And so, given...
Aiden is Dr. Turtleboy, the guy who he's a award-winning blogger who...
You can also call him Daddy.
Yeah, he also is named Daddy. He has a case running parallel to this because he was the guy who shed light on the Karen Reed case to begin with. Buy Valhalla a mic stand fund. Well, thank you for contributing to me. I will take it under advisement. I love that you're grifting on my channel.
The separate evidence that we have, and these are clearly witnesses in our case. And the admission by Ms. Reed herself, I do not have the video, but she was recently on an air broadcast on a documentary last night, the night before, and the night before.
Someone mentioned
there are admissions that she was, in fact, providing information to Mr. Kearney. And what is notable is that she specifically reflects upon the consequence of Mr. Kearney's actions, which she helped fuel by providing this information and identifying the witnesses in her case. I do have a clip, if the court is interested, because it gives great depth and understanding to the intentions of the party in sharing this information. I have a clip available, and if the court wants to hear it, I can play it for the court.
I don't think that's necessary, so I'll decline respectfully the offer, A.D. Brennan. Thank you.
And so in light of the fact that this information was seized pursuant to a warrant of probable cause, in light of the proffer in the affidavit, in light of Ms. Reed's admissions of the sharing, and inevitably the obvious consequence to witnesses, this is relevant to consciousness of guilt. The evidentiary basis is clear. I do not have access to this material if a rule...
He claimed that he had put up a watertight bulkhead between the 2 cases, so he shouldn't know anything about what's going on in Aiden's case at all. And I love that she admitted on a clip she gave him information. She's allowed to talk to every effing journalist she wants. Karen Reed, if you want to come on, there's always opening. Marissa will reach out to you. Sunday night would be perfect. I'll stay up all night if you want to do it.
I'll even be here on time.
The only thing, Valhalla will almost be here, nearly at time. But the only problem there is if she shares confidential information. But this idiot lies again and says she shares information. That doesn't mean she shares information that she's not allowed to share. And that's what he's using to pry open Aiden's case, is saying, well, she's sharing information that's illegal for her to share. Again, he's such a douche canoe.
17 is necessary. And again, I filed Rule 17 out of an abundance of caution to be beyond reproach. If it is not necessary, I will simply go and obtain the information on my own, but I think it's more prudent to have a court order. It's necessary before trial. I'd like to review the materials that are relevant, and I agree the scope should be...
I'll just go and get the material on my own without a court order.
What does that mean?
How do you do that?
You're going to steal his phone somehow?
Limited to GE and F, not the entire phone.
He knows some people from back when he represented Bulger that can get information, if you know what I mean.
I'm sure.
And those materials will be provided to Judge Canoni in a motion in limine regarding consciousness of guilt. Also, we'll dictate what witnesses we call at trial, which advance notice is important for both the Commonwealth and for the defense. It's in good faith. I provided both pleadings from Mr. Carney's case, the search warrant affidavit in support of the search warrant. I've offered videos of the admissions by Ms. Reed to the relationship. And so for those reasons, I ask you...
Come on now.
Counsel.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor, counsel.
Morning.
Judge, this is a Lampron request, is the case, and I know you're familiar with it, Your Honor. The purpose of the court's focus here, Judge, is on preventing unwarranted harassment of witnesses and third parties. The focus in Lampron as well is avoiding unwarranted delays. So this search warrant was done back, I believe, in February of 2024. So here we are at the 11th hour, and the Commonwealth is throwing, last-minute bombs out. I happened to look at the Reed docket last night. It's amazing to me how many motions in limine are filed. The government's trying to try that case through motions in limine versus, the immediacy of a trial. It was my impression of that. So, we're now getting sucked into these motions here at the 11th hour. And in terms of a Lampron analysis, Your Honor, there's relevancy, evidentiary, meaning there has to be evidence. As you said, not potential relevance, but actual relevance. Not otherwise obtainable at trial. You can't prepare for trial without it. And most important, Judge, is that the application is made in good faith and not as a general fishing expedition. This is the ultimate fishing expedition, Your Honor. And I want to go back. When this happened, Judge, we didn't have a dog in the fight back then. As far as my client and I knew, they were going after Ms. Reed for communications with my client on this witness intimidation issue. Well, counsel wants to tell you that, there was probable cause in a search warrant, but then they took it to a grand jury, so we're past that. They had the two easiest forums you can have for a prosecutor. Sitting in the judge's lobby, shooting the breeze with a search warrant affidavit in front of you and nobody else there. And then they went to the lowest hanging fruit.
You, not me. When you say you, not me.
Right, not you, Your Honor. And then they had the lowest hanging fruit you can get as a prosecutor, going to a grand jury without anybody else there, crafting the evidence in any sort of way they wanted to. And thankfully, and it doesn't happen very often anymore, but the grand jury said no. The grand jury said there is not probable cause. Again, the lowest hanging fruit in our system. They couldn't establish probable cause based on this information. And I remembered when this happened, just sort of, not even so much representing Mr. Carney, but just as a constitutionalist, as a person interested in the Constitution, as an attorney, I saw this, I read the search warrant, out of the Herald or something. And I was prompted to write this press release that I sent out about this exact issue. And I went back to it and I looked at it again this morning, and it really covers exactly what's going on here. And in that search warrant, Your Honor, it's very clear that the government just wrote a 30-page short story about its efforts to try to find and isolate, and you have it in there, right, to find and isolate communications. And the government wants to criminalize communications. And if you look at my press release, and I'll submit it, or I'm just going to read a few things from it, we have in this Commonwealth a very special provision in our own Constitution that Ms. Reed has the right to present all proofs. And she has the right to fight any way she wants, and talk to anyone she wants, and communicate with anyone she wants, and say, hey, don't share this. Hey, keep this between us. That's her right, her constitutional right under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights to present all proofs. So when the government cites that just as a bare proposition, she tried to keep this secret. She communicated with Aiden Carney. Then we're going to make this gargantuan leap that she's sharing the intent to intimidate witnesses. So the whole thing is completely bereft of any evidentiary value, Your Honor. Just the notions that they put in the search warrant, and ultimately the fact that they tried to use it to get an indictment and failed. So that's why this has no evidentiary value. The relevancy is zero because they can't put it into evidence. And then further, Judge, as a practical matter, I looked at the docket. I spoke with counsel from the Reed matter. It's my understanding, and everyone's here and they can correct me if I'm wrong, the government agreed to not put anything in their case in chief relative to this issue about communicating with Mr. Carney and consciousness of guilt unless it was, quote unquote, the door was open, which of course is sort of a proposition that is, out in the ether, and that ain't ever going to happen in this case, Your Honor. And so that adds to the issue of whether this is evidentiary or not. The government's already backed off. The government got a search warrant filled with nothing but investigative pronouncements. We took a trip to California, we talked to this lady, and they were communicating. All they say is they were communicating. They don't say, hey, let's really get that person, and let's get them off of this, and let's try to have that person not testify. Let's scare that person. Let's harass that person. There's no communications like that. They just have the fact of communications. And that's not evidentiary. That's not relevant. So, Judge, here, they just want to get in Mr. Carney's phones. We're not concerned about what's in Mr. Carney's phones. We're concerned about their bizarre interpretation of the witness intimidation statute that they will try to graft onto any communications in my client's phone, Your Honor. So there's a few more complicated things, Judge, I feel like you have it, but I just want the court to be aware, having come into this case at this point, there's a pending motion to dismiss with Judge Doolin, basically saying that all these witness intimidation allegations don't cut it under the Constitution, under the First Amendment. So that's pending, number one. Number two, Judge, is this taint team issue. Counsel doesn't have it right when to say that, oh, these first two phones, we already got into them. So the taint team covers everything, all of Mr. Carney's phones. So the fact that the state police snuck in and forged ahead and searched some phones before the taint team could get set up should not inure to the benefit of this Commonwealth. And this is a firewall type of a case with respect to a special prosecutor on the one side and the Norfolk County DA's office on the other side. A Rule 17 motion is absolutely required here, Your Honor. That's the whole point of keeping this confidential and separate. So the Rule 17 territory is entirely appropriate, Your Honor. In terms of...
Counsel, what's the legal import of the pending motion to dismiss in Mr. Kearney's case?
Sure.
How does that change either the relevancy analysis or the evidentiary value analysis in this case that I must make in the Rule 17 context?
Sure. So we expect Judge Doolin to come back with a decision that says all of these communications, maybe they're distasteful, maybe they're obnoxious, maybe we don't like them, they're all protected by the First Amendment. So let's look at the search warrant. They're looking for communications between Ms. Reed and Mr. Carney. They don't even have that much. They don't have quotes. They don't have communications. They just have the idea that, well, they communicated. The fact that they communicated cannot be a basis for a criminal investigation and it's the extraordinary step of getting into the phones. A couple of quotes on the cell phones, Judge, just to set the context. This is what from Commonwealth versus Onyx White. That is a landmark case that involves the notion, and you know, the government is always pushing the envelope, Your Honor. That case was very dangerous. The government was trying to set up a state of the law where just because we all have cell phones in our back pocket, in almost every case, let's see in that cell phone whether they communicated about a crime. And it would have been an unbelievable expansion of government power to search people's private information. Thankfully, the SJC said, no, you need to have a nexus between the phone and the crime. And they cited some other cases in terms of quotes about cell phones. Just two quick quotes, Your Honor. The cell phone is a repository of just about everything that is materially important to a possessor. Documents, messages, emails, notes, thoughts, communications, photos, loved ones, information involving loved ones. The court should not view lightly what the Commonwealth is seeking here. Cell searches would typically expose to the government far more than the most exhaustive search of a home. So I
appreciate that, counsel, but at the same time, the phone is...
Now it's a time to take a little break. First of all, Valhalla, you have some bills to pay.
Stingy says, 60 goats. Hear Reed as she pets Val's goats live. I appreciate it, Stingy. Thank you so much. And M Spire says, paying my late fees. I appreciate you as well.
And good morning, genitals. Bev isn't there today because this isn't Bev's case. This is Brennan trying to get Aiden's phone transcripts, even though they filed it under Karen's case. It's with Aiden's judge. Aiden's judge is on vacation, so this is another judge. All of a sudden, the Reed team busts in because they weren't notified that there was a hearing today about this. So they came in the middle of it. They want to get access to Aiden's phone because they believe that Natalie, the German in California, said, well, they shared information, which is not illegal. So why they should be allowed to have Aiden's phones, I can't figure out. And it doesn't seem like the judge believe that they should have it. But let's see what he rules.
It's been searched. The data has been obtained by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. It's in it's in ADA special.
The reason why they can wear all of this gear is because it's not under Judge Canoni. It's Aiden's case, so they can wear all the pink stuff they want.
ADA Cosgrove's possession, custody, control. It's already been seized. ADA Brennan is looking now, it seems, for a very narrow subset of that information that does not contain the long list of materials that you just rattled off from the Onyx White case.
But it never should have happened. The search never should have happened.
That issue isn't before me, counsel. That issue isn't before me. The issue before me is what he's looking for relevant?
Right. What do they have? What do they have to set that up? They have the fact that they spoke. And the fact that they spoke is not evidentiary, it's not relevant. If the fact that they spoke was the basis, we'd be at Onyx White. We'd have the wrong decision in Onyx White, Your Honor, that just because people speak, the government gets to ferret around in their phones. It's a horrifying concept, Your Honor. That's really the crux of why I'm here. And the last thing I'll say, Judge, is that the fact that they got around the Taint team we shouldn't just forget about the Taint team. These phones need to go back through the Taint team if they want to look at them. And on the Taint team issue, there's more litigation to be done, where the court already allowed scrutiny of the phones by a Taint team for attorney-client privilege information. And my client at the time had many...
The Taint team is the people who go in and make sure everything that could potentially be communications between the lawyer and his client is removed, so the prosecutor can't see that.
Civil and other cases going on at the time. So Attorney Cosgrove's statement, there's no attorney-client privileged information in the phone is ridiculous. There's a ton of it. We're also asking right now, Your Honor, for the Taint team to scrutinize the phones for, we're going to ask for husband-wife communications.
Counsel, you're not asking...
No, not you, just so you know what's out there. I just want you to know what's out there.
I understand.
We're asking for husband-wife communications, we're asking for the journalist source materials, of which there's a plethora. We're asking that those be scrutinized by the Taint team and all that stuff be taken out. So the Taint team issues are still in flux. You know, the fact that they did this, the court should deny this, Judge, just on the fact that this is an 11th hour request. If you look at Lampron, it talks all about undue delay. They had this back in February of 24, and here we are now on the eve of trial on their case. So for all these reasons, Judge, we object. This is a gross invasion of privacy. It's a fishing expedition. There is no hook that they have to say, we will find something criminal in those phones. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. So, A.J. Brennan, before I hear from you any further in response, I am going to hear from counsel for the defendant in this case.
It's going to be Attorney Elizabeth Lee, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little here on behalf of Ms. Reed. First, I just wanted to thank Your Honor for allowing us to be present and to be heard on this issue. The defense joins in Mr. Bradle's request in opposition to this Rule 17 motion. There's just two very brief points that I wanted to address that I don't believe were addressed by Attorney Cosgrove. Your Honor, if you take a look... Attorney Bradle. Apologies, Your Honor. There are. Your Honor, the Commonwealth's affidavit in support of the Rule 17 is facially deficient as to both elements 3 and 4 of Lampron. The Commonwealth does not include a single fact in the affidavit to show that it cannot properly prepare for trial without the production of this evidence. So just on that basis alone, the Rule 17 is deficient. That's the same with regard to element 4. If the court looks closely at the affidavit that was filed in support of the Rule 17 motion, the Commonwealth is required to show that this is not a fishing expedition. The Commonwealth, again, does not set forth a single fact or even a conclusory allegation as to element 4. And that's because the Commonwealth knows full well that the grand jury has already rejected the Commonwealth's claims that Ms. Reed was somehow engaged in witness intimidation with Mr. Kearney. And on that basis, because it's facially deficient, this has to be denied. We therefore respectfully request that the court deny this Rule 17 motion.
Thank you, counsel. A.J. Brennan, I'll hear from you in response briefly.
I think most importantly, the parties are conflating two issues. Whether there is probable cause or beyond a reasonable doubt to convict a person of intimidation of witness in the relevance to consciousness of guilt. It's two separate assessments. It is true there was a no bill, and it is true that there was litigation in Mr. Kearney's case, but these phones are in the possession of the district attorney's office. The information is available. It's been represented. There's no attorney-client privilege. There is nothing to slow down or...
Just because information is available, it doesn't mean you should have access to it, you idiot.
You have the Fourth Amendment in the United States, which protects against all illegal seizures and searches. There's no, like, just because you can doesn't mean you have the right to access it, Brandon.
That's like saying,
go through people's data.
I was looking through the phone record of Valhalla, and he was in communication with 20 people. I can look at all 20 people's phones now because the information is there. Come on now. It's my information. No, that's actually not your information, you idiot, because you were allowed to look at Valhalla's communication.
One of those Y'all, so for those that don't know, the Constitution was written with 10 amendments attached to it called the Bill of Rights. Those are kind of the important ones that the forefathers were like, you know what? These we know are going to be an issue with government, so we're just going to go ahead and include those in with the Constitution. The Fourth Amendment is definitely part of the Bill of Rights. Breenan, you are violating Karen's rights repeatedly. Go away. You're a terrible human being.
I like the 13th Amendment, but Valhalla doesn't.
Stop the availability of the information. It is relevant for the judge in Commonwealth v. Reed to assess whether or not this information establishes consciousness of guilt. That is the issue, not the complaints or the concerns or the personal opinions, the constitutional prowess of Mr. Brado. It is this reflective of consciousness of guilt?
Hey, Brennan, on that issue, on the consciousness of guilt issue, there was some suggestion, there was an agreement that the Commonwealth was not intending to pursue introduction of evidence concerning that issue unless...
That is not entirely accurate. There was a motion filed by the defense, and they were concerned that when they were cross-examining witnesses in this case, that at the past trial that I was not at, the witnesses then offered to the jury that they were being harassed by social media bloggers, suggesting at the behest of Ms. Reed. That is an entirely separate issue than consciousness of guilt. I agreed that once the door is open, a witness should not get up and talk about their state of mind and how they believe they were harassed. I agreed to that because I will instruct the witnesses unless the door is open and you have an invitation, that would be improper. Separately, a consciousness of guilt motion to eliminate, which I expect to file if it's viable based on the information, is an entirely different proposition. It's an entirely different proposition than open.
So you now, after you had the last deadline, want to file motions so you can bring in the collusion between Karen Reed and Aiden Carney to harass witnesses in this case, even though a grand jury said it doesn't exist. He's now saying he's going to file a new motion. This asshat should be fired, and he should be forced to give the Commonwealth back their $250,000 he's taken from them.
He also shouldn't practice law. Like, he shouldn't have a bar card. This guy is as sleazy as it gets.
Yeah, because again, he told them something that they believed, and then I didn't mean that. Come on now.
Yeah, that's...
I promised you I wouldn't do it, but I'm going to file a motion, so I'm going to do it anyway. Jesus Christ.
Opening the door to the state of mind. The consciousness of guilt has more to do with the conduct of Ms. Reed. Did she do something that reflects her consciousness of guilt to try to cover for the crimes that she's alleged to have committed? We know she was providing information, even protected information to Mr. Carney. We know he was publicizing it, appearing at witnesses' homes and addresses. We know that the witnesses, whether it is a conviction on intimidation of witness or not, felt very intimidated. We know the mental anguish they suffered. The defendant, in our case, Ms. Reed, knows it as well, because if you do see the video, with a smile, she acknowledged.
When did they feel intimidated? When they assaulted him in front of D&E Pizza? When they shut the door and he left after they told him to leave? Like, he did nothing to intimidate these people. He did everything, as far as I understand, within his rights as a journalist and a citizen, right? He knows the lines. He knows the limits of what he can and can't do. And he's pretty good at getting right up to that line. This is...
Yeah, and facial expressions isn't consciousness of guilt. It's just the facial expressions.
Which is the consequence of her actions, and seems...
and by the way, the jury should just suck it up. Brian Albert sitting there staring at them, Jen McCabe looking like she had taken all the coke in the world. It's just a thing. Come on, suck it up. But poor witnesses.
To encourage it, impliedly. And so this evidence should be available to me. I should be able to assess it. I should be able to provide a motion to eliminate to Judge Cannoni if appropriate, and then she should decide the admissibility in the Commonwealth v. Karen Reed trial. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Folks, I believe I've heard all I need to hear. I will take this matter under advisement. I appreciate your filings and your oral advocacy today, and I'll endeavor to get your response as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been worn. Yes, and my teenage kids are... Yes, exactly.
What the heck?
What the hell did you do there, man? What the...
I didn't do nothing.
We're reupholstering chairs now?
I don't know.
10 o'clock hour?
Feed is really, really bad today.
Yeah, it's not great.
Well, that was a shit show.
Yeah, it was a shit show. I can't imagine that this judge is going to let them have access to all this nonsense, though.
Affidavit in support of the search, including calendars, alerts, reminders, notes, text messages, pictures, or videos from a material. Absolutely nothing to do with communications between the meeting notes, calendar invites, text, videos, things that have absolutely nothing to do with communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant. So how can the Commonwealth make the threshold showing that those are relevant?
First, this is a ruling with Mr. Kearney, so I'm asking that Mr. Kearney and his attorney be at the table. I'm not sure why we're being joined by Ms. Leeds' team, unless they have standing in this.
Your Honor, we're a little confused, and I don't.
That face right there.
That was. I'm gonna meet you behind the bike check.
Oh man, I bet she'd whip his ass in real life. I bet Karen Reed would kick the snot out of Brennan, little lily-livered.
Yeah, I forgot that hiring a lawyer is a conscience of guilt in
right
Massachusetts as well.
Did you see his face, by the way, when they all start walking in? He's like, "You're not supposed to be here." Like,
yeah,
look on his
I was
face.
supposed
like,
to.
oh, no.
I was supposed to stab you in the back while you are not here. What are you doing?
God, I hate
Can I play that again? I just played it twice.
Communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant. So how can the Commonwealth make the threshold showing that those are relevant?
First, this is a ruling with Mr. Kearney, so I'm asking that Mr. Kearney and his attorney be at the table. I'm not sure why we're being joined by Ms. Leeds' team. I'm asking that Mr. Kearney and his attorney be at the table.
I love that, man.
I got caught with my pants down. Come
Yeah.
on now, Judge. Throw them out.
First of all, this is a ruling on Mr. Kearney. Karen's looking at him like, it's my case, you absolute dipshit.
Yeah.
They should bring back trial by combat. They should.
I think we should have that, and where you still could have a champion.
I'd be Karen's champion. I got you, girl. I got you.
Yeah. Going up against Ali. You'll throw cigarette butts at me. Hey, Angie.
Oh,
is there more going on today? Well, 38 motions or something like that is supposed to go on today. I don't think we're gonna get through all the motions.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good question, Stingy. Ranking the so Anderson's prosecutors were also Rittenhouse prosecutor's office, right? Gravely was Binger's boss. So that I don't know how you. I think this guy's worse than Binger, though. I think he is, and Gravely.
Yeah, they lied a lot.
Yeah,
and they did shady shit. But this guy's hired specifically after they lost the first trial. Well, they got hung on the first trial to try and make it a winnable case. And he is worse than Daly. I was sitting the other day and thinking, I would trade 2 weeks of Snow Underground because I would just have Marissa cover it. And what was on the high tables and what did the band play as the last number than listening to this idiot. Because he's clearly so disingenuous and clearly shady that he should never, ever, he should be removed from the case. They just lost their lead investigator yesterday, and now he's pulling this crap. We went to California and talked to someone. Something is going on with CC, but there's no audio.
Interesting. Yeah, there's something happening in the background.
It's the state, because the state brings the charges. Aiden said that, yeah, I get, well, Aiden said this yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that last night.
Tomorrow is going to be interesting. I am told that Karen Reed and I will be sitting together at the defendant's table in the main courtroom at 9 a.m. in front of Judge Doolin Hank Brennan is interceding in my case for a Rule 17 motion for my phone. After that, the hearing will move into the small courtroom for motions with Andy Bev, who I very fondly have now nicknamed Beverage.
Oh, that's good. How has that not been a thing yet? That's good.
Yeah, I feel it.
Anti-beverage. That's good.
Why are you looking forward to trial 2.0?
Oh no,
It's going to be even
not.
worse.
I'm not. It's going to just
What is
be painful.
trial by combat is that you got into a ring and then you duked it out. The one who won was the favorite by God, and that's why they were right. So if you and I had a little bit of a legal matter, you could say, I want to challenge you to trial by combat, and we could either do it with weapons or bare hands.
Fisticuffs.
The one who won was shown to be right by God, and that's why they were innocent. It's the same if a lady might have a tendency to go around and spreading love potions, making cattle lose their ability to give milk, and frolic with black cats. You can chuck her in a lake, bound on hands and feet. If she drowns, she's innocent.
And if
It's
she
not-
doesn't drown,
she's a
witch. And
Yeah.
she needs
and
to
then
be
you can
burned.
burn her.
Yeah.
It's just good, simple logic.
It's easy to follow along, really. Just keep up. Just keep up.
Well, it's probably the intoxicating part because ain't no law without the claw.
Oh my God, y'all.
Yeah, but actually, I don't think in a real world setting that the Mountain would have had a chance against Oberyn Martell because he's too big, too heavy. He can only fight you if he can get you. I saw the Mountain
Him
try
and
to
Conor
What?
McGregor. Did you see him and Conor McGregor
Yeah.
like sparred one time? It was awesome.
Yeah, as long as Conor McGregor could move, he will tire out because all of those heavy muscles just sucks the energy out of you. And then put on a plate mail that weighs 50 to 100 kilos. Yeah, he weren't swinging that broadsword that long. That's just a movie. I know.
On the counterpart to that, though, is if he did happen to hit you, you would be cut in half because that's a lot of power.
Yeah.
Equal to Malort.
Not much has changed in Massachusetts. Witch trials still take place. They have dialed down the burning a bit, but rather than that. And you can build a house out of them. Have we ever seen such dirty tactics as what Brennan does? I'm having a hard time. I thought he would come in and be better and be more straightforward. Still, they all play the game. I have no problem with lawyers playing the game. That's their job, finding the small loopholes. But I have a big old problem with what he's doing because he's lying constantly. Thank you, Dan D. 5 memberships to Chief Normand, Hyperbolic Mythology.
Draw near,
Cat
give
and
your
Norfolk.
attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Good morning, Your Honor. Barbara McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. McLaughlin.
I'm Ron for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, so we have a lot to cover this morning, but what I want to start with, I was just handed a couple of things too that I'm going to need some time to read.
How can you be happy with stuff now?
What I'd like to start with is paper 613 filed yesterday. Defendants assented to motion to continue trial date to a date on or after April 25th. Who's going to argue that? Because just because it's an assented to motion does not mean it's not likely going to happen, so I need to hear argument on why I should do this.
I'll address the court with the court's permission.
Yes.
As I indicated,
Can you just say yes in a normal way? Just because it's Alan Jackson, you don't have to sound like it's the worst question you had in your world. Yes.
to the court the day before yesterday, there is an issue, a very ripe issue that is currently pending before the First Circuit. We believe very strongly that if the First Circuit were to take some action as to count 1 and count 3, just to reiterate what I've already said, but I can sort of clarify it and narrow it down. If the court were to take some action on counts 1 and 3, which is currently before the First Circuit, for instance, if it were to be remanded for either dismissal or something else, additional hearings, etc., then that puts the entire case in jeopardy. Once the jury ultimately is impaneled and thereafter sworn, jeopardy will attach. There will be, if in fact there is action taken on count 1 and count 3, we will be in a position where we will seek a mistrial. Jeopardy will have attached. She will be held once in jeopardy on count 1, 2, and 3, and we believe that puts the entire case in peril. The case that we're defending right now, very clearly, is a murder case, ultimately, along with...
All three indictments, correct? You're defending all 3.
But it starts with murder. That's the sun rises and falls on a murder charge. And there's also vehicular manslaughter, and then there's the leaving the scene, count 3, and the subordinate counts beneath count 2 as well. That's a very different jury and a very different trial strategy than simply count 2, if we were to be defending count 2 or it's the subordinate charges. So I think it puts the case in jeopardy if we do not have at least some time for the First Circuit to act and determine whether or not it wishes to act on counts 1 and 3. Hence, that's why I suggested to the court the other day that it might be more prudent and less perilous for the case if we were to put this case over for at least a few weeks. We've spoken to the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth tends to agree that that probably is the better practice, and we've asked for the court to extend the beginning of the trial to April 25th, which is about a 3.5 week continuance. And I'll submit.
All right, does the Commonwealth want to be heard on this?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is relying on advice of appellate counsel. I don't contest any of the defense's perspective for wanting continuance. I think the Commonwealth's perspective is different, but not adverse. The concern is that this case in the federal court gets delayed for an extraordinarily long period of time, and we have an interest in this case going to trial as soon as possible. There is an expedited scheduling order, which could hopefully imply that there's going to be quick progress in the federal court, but we don't directly communicate with them or have any control. Our hope is that if there is a short continuance, it accommodates the defense's concerns. I understand the trial strategy for different charges is somewhat different, but most importantly for the Commonwealth, the hope is that it sets a benchmark that will allow the First Circuit to resolve the petition, or if they're going to allow oral argument, a benchmark to do it quickly. And so really the primary motive for agreeing to the defense request is that we hope by offering a short continuance, the federal court will act more quickly and that we can have this trial in April.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to grant the motion. All right? We have jurors coming in that were summoned months ago. I called the jury commissioner yesterday and asked how long it would take to get the right numbers that we were able to get starting April 1st. At a minimum, 10 weeks. I'm not going to do that. What I will do is we'll start impaneling on April 1st. It will likely take a while. If we get a jury before April 25th, I'll
Then why the F did she ask? Because she is obliged to do that because they could have some really good persuasive arguments, and then they will appeal her and say she didn't even listen to us.
hear you on your motion. We won't swear the jury because obviously that's when jeopardy attaches, and we'll take it from there, but we will start April 1st with impanelment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so let's go.
And I can understand her. Remember, she has that 1 year deadline. She has to follow it. You can say, well, she can just let it slip and let the case fall. No, she can't. It's her job to keep this case rolling. Last year, it took a week and a half to see the jury. This time, it's going to take longer. It's probably going to be 2, maybe 3 weeks. And then we are at the 25th of April anyway, before the case starts.
Go to the next motion, and then we'll go back to doing them somewhat in order. Commonwealth's motion for a buffer zone. Jimmy, do you have an extra copy of what you just handed me? Because I don't know where I put it.
Can get one.
I have it here somewhere. I'll find it.
I can get one.
It most
So
likely
we
will.
did hear from people this morning. I know you all have. I have it. I have it, Jim.
Thank you.
I think Mr. McDermott gave you a copy of, I guess, what local merchants have requested.
We received an email. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so I'll hear the Commonwealth on your buffer zone motion.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's primary concern is the sanctity of the jury and the jury process. We are concerned, based on past reports and information, that noise, interruption, and other uncontrollable events can potentially impact the jury's consideration in this case. They should be free from outside influence, so it does not in any way oppress or push them in any direction, either way in this case. The courthouse is very close to the public areas where people congregate. It's been reported that during the trial, the jury would be able to hear outside noise and influences, not just honking of horns, but other types of noise that could be influential, intimidating, concerning. And so we've proposed what I think is reasonable and minimal recommendations to the court to move certain parts of the buffer zone, especially on the left side of the courthouse, where there seems to be a bit of a tension, noise, and potential adverse influence to the jury.
And that's the same area that these merchants are talking about?
I've read that this morning, not being wholly familiar with the Dedham area. It seems that is one of their concerns. I think they mentioned an open market. In my memory from coming by on other cases at other times, there appears to be open markets in that area. And so if that's influencing their business, that is a separate but related concern that they have expressed to the court. And I do think that the court should be sensitive to the community's concerns. But importantly, that closeness and that amount of volume and influence in the jury, I think, can affect the sanctity of the jury. I don't think it is a strong imposition to consider the streets that have been identified in our buffer zone motion and have the buffer zone include limitations to those certain streets. And I think that will potentially help some of the outside impact and adverse influence on the jury.
All right, there's a portion of your motion that I disagree with. Do you want to be heard on it? About the court enforcing or enforcing the buffer zone?
I don't believe the court has authority, nor should it be upon the court to enforce anything. I think law enforcement should enforce the laws and regulations as law enforcement sees fit.
Then why did you write it in your motion, you idiot? That
Yeah,
they should
what a moron.
allow reasonable physical force to be used to enforce the buffer zone. Because that's already a right the police have.
He literally just contradicted himself in 2 sentences. He's like, yeah, we should enforce these buffer zones. And then the next sentence was literally, the court shouldn't enforce these, law enforcement should.
Yeah,
How
I
do you
know
make
that the
that-
court can't make the law enforcement, but the law enforcement can always use reasonable physical force to remove people who's not following the law.
He's so gross. I hate this guy. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
And so I don't think that burden should be imposed upon the court.
Thank you. All right, with that, does the defense object to the buffer zone?
We take that position.
Okay. All right, I'll take this under advisement. I have to figure out exactly how far this is, and I have not yet had a chance to read and consider today's email from the merchants. Okay. Yes.
Can I just have this marked for identification for this hearing? Identification? And from the record, that came from the Dedham Square Circle, the organization that runs the Dedham Farmers Market.
I think they want 2 football players this time. I read the motion.
Thank you. So we can talk about the witness list when we talk about impanelment, when we really have the heart of the final trial conference. But I do need at least cities and towns from these witnesses. Neither side gave them to me on the civilian witnesses. So, and there's a lot of overlap, and you'll have to fix that for any final trial conference report anyway. So. All right.
Oh yeah. All those people out there. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but again, this is Canton or Stoughton or whatever crappy, sorry for those of you who live there, city. So someone with connections to the Popo was told, you better have a concern about the noise and how it disrupt your business. It's a speculation that I cannot prove. It's pure speculation. That's why the head of the Merchants Union wrote Judge Canoni and said, oh, we really don't want 1,000 people standing out here buying sodas. I'm calling BS. It's someone with connections told someone to better write that letter.
Your Honor, can I be heard on that one issue? Just briefly.
Which one issue? The witness list, okay?
Yes, we did turn over our witness list along with the information that's required under the new rules, which includes, telephone numbers, addresses. We gave that directly to the Commonwealth. We did not file that publicly. We'll happily add the towns for the court. But I would note that the Commonwealth has not yet turned over that information that's required under the new rules. I believe they put a footnote on their witness list. I think, they can't shield themselves from their discovery obligations. It's mandatory under the rules. We'd ask that they comply with, the requirement that they provide us contact information for their witnesses.
So there is a footnote. I'll hear you, Mr. Brennan.
You can't provide what doesn't exist.
Your Honor, the motion notes that the Commonwealth moves to be partially exempt from Rule 14 because of the past history of perceived.
Because of the history of witness intimidation? Get the fuck out of here, man.
No one has been convicted of witness intimidation. You are, I want to say you're whipping a dead horse, but at this point, it's more like a monkey fuck in a football. You are so inept at what you're doing. You're constantly bringing up a non-committed crime because no one has been, someone has been charged, but no one has been convicted with it because you keep pushing it through the system. So Aiden has to hang out there. Go F yourself. And I want to prove that Karen Reed said on a clip. Yeah, I saw that clip. That chunky monkey was crying on the stand, and then they clipped to Karen Reed with a smile on her face. That's called making drama in the cutting room. I hate this guy. I hate this guy so much.
Harassment and intimidation of witnesses, which the Commonwealth believes is ongoing. I think a potential resolution to this to comply with Rule 14 is that we be allowed to provide it to the attorneys under seal. I think that is protecting the interests of the Commonwealth and the witnesses from...
I don't have a problem with that. I still need cities and towns.
Of course.
Okay?
Yes.
All right.
He's going to bring up that witness intimidation.
So we will start with...
And every witness he brings in is going to say, I feel so
Paper 593, the Commonwealth's response is paper 610. Defendant's motion eliminate to allow evidence of lack of bias. Who's arguing that for the Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth first, Your Honor.
Oh, it's defendant's motion. And the Commonwealth opposed it.
You would ask who's arguing that for the Commonwealth. That's why
I'm sorry, defense motion. Okay,
that's fine.
sorry, I apologize.
I could go first if you'd like.
Excuse me?
I could go first if you'd like, whatever.
I'm fine with him going first if you'd like.
Okay.
I think the heart of this motion is that the defense would like to introduce the ARCA witnesses as witnesses that were employed by the federal government. I think the reason for that is it creates the image or the projection that they are independent at the time they did their assessment and at the time they wrote the report. And then subsequently being employed by the defense has no impact on their objectivity at the time they did their investigation and report. I think this would be an unfair proposition for a number of reasons. It would undermine Rule 403. It would cause a trial within a trial. As we stand here today, the Commonwealth does not have a clear answer why this investigation was initiated, what the purpose of it truly was, the scope of it. We don't know every witness that may have gone before the grand jury. We do not know of all the communications between the federal government.
That doesn't change the fact that they were hired by the feds, you pillock.
And different parties, including witnesses. We will.
Sorry?
It doesn't look good for his case, Baker.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that rule. That's Rule 405.
That's, just careful.
I expect never have truly a full accounting of the relationship between the United States Attorney's Office and ARCA and what, if any, impact the defense had on ARCA witnesses at the time they did the investigation. What we know is it was a comprehensive investigation. We know that a number of experts were retained by the federal government, including the ARCA witnesses.
Bev, can you please school him and say, you're constantly implying that the defense were interfering with all these investigations. Do you have any proof of that other than a bill paid 3 months after the case ended, 3 weeks after the case ended, and that the defense never hired the ARCA witness? The defense was told via the TUI motion that the ARCA guys found this out by the 3,600 pages. This guy is constantly implying that the defense, they are going with the Plevin take that the DOJ only started because Yannetti is friends with the DOJ. Yeah, sure, the federal government is going to say, hey, my buddy Yannetti down there in Boston, he really wants us to waste a couple of million tax dollars on an investigation to help his case.
What we also know is that there was an inquiry lodged by the defendant to the federal government to investigate her situation, her case. What we know is that the defense had the opportunity to provide information to the federal government advocating for their perspective on the case, including the specific perspective of Ms. Reed. We also know the Commonwealth was unaware of this initiation and engagement and had no input whatsoever. What we know is that the ARCA witnesses were supposedly tasked to conduct an independent investigation, and they were given materials. We do not know who decided what materials to give them. We do not know what materials in totality they viewed. We know many of the materials that they weren't given. And so clearly there is an undefined relationship between the defense and the United States Attorney's Office around this time of this investigation. And we subsequently learned that there was a continued relationship. And so today, as we sit here, we really don't know. What we know is ARCA listed materials that they reviewed that came from our discovery that we didn't provide. What we know is there was materials that they didn't review that were inculpatory. And so that's why we began by asking for discovery. We filed an extensive motion for discovery that the court allowed. It still hasn't been complied with. Perhaps some of it through no fault of the defense, because I don't think they will be able to comply with much of it. Other Rule 14 discovery obligations have not been complied with. We've received no information since that production on February 13th, nothing. And we know just inherently from that information that there is more. There are more communications, there's more interaction. And so it would be misleading to have ARCA witnesses get on the stand and then suggest that they were independently hired by the federal government and all of their attempts and efforts in report was wholly and entirely objective. Just to give one point that emphasizes the concern, the ARCA witnesses were never given information about DNA. And yet when they testified, one of the witnesses tried to address the issue of DNA because it was hurtful to their position. In their report, they say one of the reasons why they believe that there was no impact between the car and Mr. O'Keefe is because there was no DNA. Well, in fact, there was. There was DNA, and separately there was a hair, Mr. O'Keefe's hair.
You wrote in your motion, they didn't appear to consider DNA on the defendant's Lexus broken taillight casing. That hair wasn't on the broken taillight casing. There was no DNA on any of the shards of glass. This is is again Hank Brennan lying through his teeth.
I'm willing to bet that you could probably go outside to Mrs. Valhalla's car right now and find my DNA somewhere in it or on it. Yep. I'm sure that that's a possibility.
But she's crazy. She probably bumped into you a few times just to make you do stuff.
Yeah.
And so we know they didn't have all of the inculpatory information, and then the question still remains, how did they learn of that? How did they learn of that information before cross-examination? And so I think what is most appropriate before Your Honor makes a decision on the so-called objectivity of these witnesses is they should come into court before trial, well before trial, and they should answer questions about the directives from the United States Attorney's Office. They should answer questions about the materials they received. They should answer questions about what they were told and what they knew about the case. They should answer questions about all of their correspondence with the defense, including phone calls, emails, text messages. All that should be produced. It's not a Lanigan hearing where I question their qualifications, but if we're truly going to think about presenting them as objective witnesses, they truly should be objective.
Yeah, Jemima is right. They can't talk about what the feds hired them to do because that's under a gag order.
Yeah, there's a gag order still. It's all sealed. They can't talk about any of that.
Let's make a motion to release all of the TUI material. Then we can all read it.
And I think if we have an opportunity to question these witnesses, we will learn much more about the relationship. Inevitably, even if the ARCA witnesses come in to be questioned as they should well before trial, in my opinion. We do not have the opportunity to question the United States Attorney's Office. We're resigned to TUI letters, which inevitably have been unhelpful. And so I think it sets a bad playing ground to have them get up and say they were hired by the federal government, because then the Commonwealth will be inclined to explain the inculpatory evidence, the role of the federal government, the limitations of the federal government, the fact that the federal government has closed this entire case in all related investigations, which implies something quite the opposite of what the defense would like to propose.
Didn't ever state all related. It was the investigation into John O'Keefe's death. Again, you're lying.
And so in a vacuum, it would be misleading. I think what the court ultimately should do is they should present these witnesses as they did at the first trial. They were hired independently, and then subsequent to that, the defense retained them if that's what they chose to do. We still don't know that because we don't have any Rule 14 discovery. And inevitably, at trial, part of the credibility issue will be the information that they considered and the limitations on it, and ask them why they didn't ask for more information or why they didn't receive more information. Notably, we still don't have an answer to Mr. Klein, who was the third biomechanic person involved.
Is his name on the witness list?
I haven't seen it on the witness list.
No, Your Honor.
And we still don't know why the defense chose to call 2 of 3. As you noted, that report is vague. And so it doesn't identify or articulate which witness did what. So it's impossible for me to imagine how you would choose 2 of 3 of those witnesses. But more importantly, you can't effectively cross-examine a witness because, as we saw from the second witness, Dr. Rentschler, when he disputed DNA, which we don't know where the source of that came from, he is not held to the opinion in the report saying that we would have found DNA. He can simply defer and say that was somebody else. That could have been Mr. Klein, could have been Mr. Wolf. We don't know. So that report really is quite unhelpful. And I think we need answers to these questions before any of these witnesses testify. And I do not want to be moving during trial to exclude the defense witnesses for failure to comply. But we haven't seen compliance, and I don't think we will. So my suggestion is to follow the protocol of the last trial, but before that, these witnesses should be brought in so that we can obtain actual records, not just ask them the questions and rely on their word. I think based on their past performances, that's insufficient. I think we should have a right to the records to demonstrate the relationship.
Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth and the defense certainly have opposite arguments when it comes to what the jury should be allowed to hear about how the ARCA witnesses became involved in this case. Mr. Brennan speaks about the heart of our motion. The heart of our motion is that the Commonwealth wants to hide the truth from the jury. The defense wants the jury to know the truth. In the first trial, this court disallowed the ARCA witnesses from testifying about who hired them. We were therefore forced to ask oblique questions, trying to show the jury that we didn't hire them, that we didn't provide them with information, that we didn't influence their opinions and conclusions. But we weren't allowed to tell the jury that the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office, hired them. So the jury was left to speculate about how they became involved. I think the court will agree that it's ironic in a way that the court excluded mention of the Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office because the court rightly did not want the jury to speculate about a federal investigation. But by excluding mention of the federal government having retained ARCA, the jury was left to speculate incorrectly about how they became involved.
They were also instructed more than once not to speculate, right?
But the point of the fact of the matter is, Your Honor, they did speculate. At least one juror thought that ARCA was hired by Ms. Reed's car insurance or home insurance company. And think about the implications of that. If Ms. Reed's insurance company had hired ARCA, they would have had a motive to absolve Ms. Reed of responsibility. That clearly would have adversely affected their credibility in the eyes of the jury, and unfairly so.
Let me ask you a question. If I allow, and I'd be very surprised if I did, mention that this was a federal grand jury and that the federal, how does that not open the door to all the testimony that Mr. Brennan just brought up that he'd be able to get into?
Okay, so first of all, and this is later in my argument, we're not asking...
So, no, could you answer that now, and then I'll let you say everything.
Your Honor.
Oh, you just said it's late. Hold on. You just said it's later in the argument.
I know, but I said you interrupted me, and I was just about to say, but I'll address it now.
Okay.
Shut up, Ben.
Yanetti's pissed.
We are not asking that the jury be told that there is or ever was a federal investigation. That phrase, federal investigation, never has to be part of this trial. We're only asking that they be told that the Department of Justice or the U.S. Attorney's Office hired these witnesses. That's it. We don't have to speculate about an investigation, whether there was an investigation, whether there was a federal grand jury, what that grand jury did, what that grand jury considered. Nothing. That's not what we're asking. And the problem here is that without knowing that the Department of Justice or the U.S. Attorney's Office retained ARCA, the jury's left to speculate about how they became involved, and it all inures to my clients, to prejudice my client. Thinking that they were potentially hired by an insurance company of Ms. Reed really perverts the truth in this case. It's unfair to my client, and it's the opposite of the truth. There was another juror that speculated that the ARCA witnesses were just attention seekers, looking to make a name for themselves in a high-profile case. That's also the furthest thing from the truth. They had never heard of this case before the Department of Justice called them. That's how the Department of Justice wanted it. They wanted clean experts who would take a sober and strictly scientific look at the evidence. The federal prosecutors did not want them to be tainted by news reports or opinion pieces. And recall that the Commonwealth attacked ARCA on cross-examination for the discovery that they were not provided. That was patently unfair. ARCA should have been allowed to explain why they were given what they were given and who gave it to them. The inference is, and the Commonwealth suggested, that it was the defense that was playing hide the ball, when that inference is, again, the furthest thing from the truth. In terms of the information that the federal government got, Mr. Brennan engages in a ton of speculation about what happened or didn't happen based on nothing. There's no affidavit to establish any of that. I will tell the court that I received a subpoena for my entire file from the federal government, and I complied with that subpoena. We had nothing to hide. We provided everything that the Commonwealth provided to us, to the federal government. They chose what to give ARCA or what not to give ARCA, and they did that again to preserve the scientific integrity of their opinion. So, again,
sorry, Plevin, when you claimed that the defense didn't give them all the information. The FBI didn't give them all the information.
And Brennan, for that matter, trying to imply that the defense did some shady work with the ARCA guys. Wasn't them. It was the feds. The feds decided what to give them.
Yeah,
Get wrecked, Brennan. Get wrecked.
But Brennan just made a mistake. It wasn't purposefully he tried to imply that they hid evidence.
We're just asking that ARCA should be allowed to testify that they were hired by the federal government to prevent speculation about who hired them or why they became involved in the case. If the issue is we don't want the jury to speculate, the way to do that is to tell them the truth. We did not hire them. We did not influence their opinions. We didn't even know that they existed until that jury request was complied with, and all of a sudden it was revealed to us that the federal government had hired these ARCA witnesses. And we read that information at the very same time that the Commonwealth read that information. Those witnesses, importantly, were available to be called by both sides. The Commonwealth chose not to speak to them. The Commonwealth chose not to contact them because the information was exculpatory. The jury should not be left with the impression that Karen Reed or the defense team had anything to do with hiring them or with their conclusions and opinions. The conclusions and opinions were revealed to us at the same time, and the court should guard against rank speculation. Mr. Brennan's other arguments about what they were provided or what the relationship was or, what the understanding was, that's all cross-examination material. He's free to explore whatever he wants on cross-examination. So with that, Your Honor, we would ask the court to issue a ruling that does not mislead the jury about how ARCA came into the case.
Okay. Any follow-up?
Yes. Respectfully, the Commonwealth does not look to hide the truth. The reality is, if the jury is going to hear information, they should hear the entire truth, not a version or a slice of it, not one advocate's side of the truth, the whole truth. And if we interject that these witnesses were hired by the federal government and the jury is entitled to hear the whole truth, then they should know the motivations behind the hiring, the input from the defense team prior to their decisions, and what, if anything, they considered, and what their directive was. We don't have any materials from the federal government regarding direction, scope, purpose. We have nothing. Now, I didn't know that Attorney Yannetti's file was subpoenaed. That's new to me. Perhaps the Commonwealth knew. I've never heard that before.
If the Commonwealth knew, you knew. Idiot, you're a special prosector. You are the Commonwealth. Stop hiding behind your shitty work ethics. You know everything that happened in the Commonwealth because you are the head of the Commonwealth in this case. You can't pull that every single time you get caught in another lie.
How the defense knows what the federal prosecutors wanted. They've never discussed that with us. We don't have that type of relationship with the federal prosecution in this case or their investigation. We didn't have any interaction, not because we chose to hide from exculpatory evidence or we were hiding from the truth. We weren't invited. We didn't know. Now,
That's because they were investigating
I hear now that
you.
Mr. Yannetti's file was subpoenaed and information, whatever it was, his entire file was given to the federal government and they chose whatever they chose. This report by ARCA was produced by letter February 12, 2024. We know from at least some of the materials we got, there's a document from Attorney Yannetti on March 29, 2023 describing his client's best memories of events, a number of pages talking about the case. So there clearly is a relationship that we are not privy to. I'm not casting aspersions or trying to suggest there was anything improper about the relationship. I'm not suggesting that, but there was obviously a relationship between the parties that the Commonwealth was not involved in. And so we can't take a fraction of something and say we present them as independent witnesses when there was a purpose, there was an agenda, and it wasn't in the Commonwealth's interest, obviously. The ability to cross-examine a witness is only as good as the evidence information you have. As you've seen from the ARCA witnesses, from my opinion, my perspective, respectfully, is when they answered questions, perhaps it was not perjury, but it was quite misleading.
What? What?
Did he just imply that ARCA
lied on the stand? What?
Wow, that's a ballsy statement. That's bold.
It wasn't perjury, but it wasn't the truth.
That is bold.
Oh.
Suggesting no relationship with the defense. Talking about DNA with no DNA evidence. I do not think that cross-examine a witness, you should consider the witness a trustworthy
They are biomechanics. They don't look for DNA.
guide unless they've established their credibility. I don't see that in these transcripts. So I will need materials to hold them in check and to hold them accountable for whatever it is their bias. And so simply cross-examining aimlessly is totally ineffective. It's a recipe for disaster, and that's not the type of examination we're going to engage in. If we're going to tell the whole truth, it has to be the whole truth. And I think that becomes a dangerous game. There'll be an entire trial trying to advocate influence or no undue influence with these witnesses. It's unnecessary. It can be resolved through questioning these witnesses prior to trial and following the same protocol you did last time.
All right. So if the defense intends to call the ARCA witnesses, we need to have a voir dire next week. All right.
For what? You did a voir dire on them the first time, you idiot. She's such a C-word.
They're really trying to get the ARCA testimony out of it. I found out who he reminds me of.
So we're going to move on. I'll take this under advisement.
Can I just ask the parameters of that voir dire, the purpose of that voir dire?
Unless Rule 14 is complied with, it will be for the Rule 14 information. We can discuss this later. Let's move on, and I'll hear any objections later.
But the Rule 14 has been complied with. They did turn over all the evidence because there's only the evidence from the DOJ.
All right, so the next motion is the defendant's motion for stating grounds for objections. I'll hear you on that, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes, I believe my written submission essentially makes the argument, Judge, but,
Okay.
During the last trial, as a result of our inability to state in, one or two words the basis for an objection, we had to go to sidebar far more often than we'd like to. And we're also conscious of the fact that, we have a jury sitting for weeks at a time away from their families, away from their jobs, and any, sort of view that one side may be delaying the trial could engender some hostility from the jury. So, there were many times during the trial, I won't speak for my co-counsel, I'll speak for myself, where an objection was made. I had no idea what the basis of the objection was, and the court made a ruling on that objection, and I had no idea what the court's basis for the ruling was. We would go to sidebar, and the first thing the court would ask the Commonwealth is, what's the basis for your objection?
To make a record at that point.
Oh, I understand, but it's, what's the basis for your objection? If it were that obvious that it could be ruled in open court, we should have known the basis for the objection. I didn't know
I
it.
agree with that.
And
You should have known the basis for the objection.
Well, I'm hearing it for the first time at sidebar. There were objections made that I thought had no basis in the law or evidentiary rules whatsoever. But in any case, this will avoid us having to go to sidebar multiple times. There were times when we had to sort of pick and choose when we went to sidebar because, again, we didn't want to engender hostility from the jury. My motion also points out, Your Honor, there's at least one case that talks about how an objection could be potentially waived if it is not stated with particularity. We think that this would, and look, different judges have different opinions regarding this. I've been in front of plenty of judges over my career who endorse speaking objections as long as there's no trying to coach a witness or, trying to influence a witness in any way. And that's not what we're seeking to do here. The objection hearsay, the objection lack of foundation, just standard basic objections. There's no prejudice to stating them in open court. It will move the trial along more quickly. It will allow my client to preserve her due process rights. And we'd ask the court to change its ruling from the first trial.
Okay, that motion is denied. So the next motion, defendant's motion eliminate to exclude false and irrelevant statements of Michael Proctor, 591. Does the Commonwealth intend to put this evidence into the case?
We do not.
Okay.
So we can agree to that motion.
All right, so that motion's allowed, Ms. Giannetti. There's a defendant's motion for reconsideration of the March 6th court order denying defendant's motion to exclude witness Crosby. Mr. Alessi, what I'm going to do with that is if I can readdress that before rebuttal, before the witness is called. So we don't need to do this now. We'll wait and see what Dr. Russell's testimony is and if the Commonwealth's going to call the witness. All right, so we can address it later.
Thank you, Your Honor. And
Okay.
also, just so I'm clear on that, and to the extent we argue for the need for a voir dire, would that also be part of Your Honor's consideration?
So if I feel I need to reconsider it, that's the time to do it, after Dr. Russell's testimony. All right, there's a motion, it's 599. Defendant's motion eliminate to prohibit the Norfolk District Attorney and Massachusetts State Police from having juror contact. So we don't need to belabor.
I have to go back and read the motion. No, it's not denying.
It said false statements that he made. I'm not specifically sure which statements they're trying to exclude, but some.
I believe when we read the motion, it didn't state what false statements it was. So, but maybe I can go rummage around in my backup catalog and find out what motion it was she just talked about.
Jemima.
For this, we talked about this before. No one has contact with the jurors other than the court officers. So defendant's motion eliminate to prohibit Norfolk DA and Massachusetts State Police from having juror contact. I'll also include prohibiting defense counsel and the media as well. No one is to have contact with the jurors. The court officers are the only ones that have ever had contact with the jurors. So there's that.
Read the motion. Lally was talking to a witness during examination, so you probably shouldn't try and again infer that the jury, that the defense is the one doing the shady stuff.
So I think now we move on to something that may take a little bit more time. The defendant's motion eliminate to exclude the testimony of Dr. Judson Welcher. How do you pronounce his name, Mr. Brennan? Welcher, and the Commonwealth's opposition. So who's arguing for the defendant, and how long do you think this might take? Because we can do some of the quicker Commonwealth motions if you want.
I'm going to make the argument, Your Honor, and I estimate 40 to 45 minutes for this motion.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, how long do you think you'll take?
It's really dependent on what Mr. Lisi says, but I can't imagine it's more than 15 minutes, perhaps 10.
Okay. All right. Before we go there, there are a couple of the Commonwealth's motions that seem pretty quick. But I just wanted to know if the defense had objections to. To appoint a stenographer, we've already done that. Prevent identification of jurors and impound the juror names during trial. Why don't we do a few of these, then we'll take the recess around 11, and then we'll come back with the lengthier motion. So I'll hear you on this, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Which motion, Your Honor?
It's your number 1, 575. Commonwealth's motion eliminate to appoint court stenographer, prevent identification of jurors, and impound juror names during trial.
Commonwealth believes appointing a stenographer is a prudent practice.
We've already done that.
Okay. Preventing identification of jurors. This case is a case that has garnered extraordinary public interest. There are some concerns that in the history of this case, the jurors have been identified by different characteristics, whether it's their hair color, their profession, and inevitably, as the trial progresses, it seems through sometimes the media, the jurors, although maybe not identified by name, have some of those characteristics promoted. That would cause, I would think, a strong concern by a juror that their verdict could be disfavored by one side or the other. That's the last thing I think anybody in the courtroom would want. And so the jurors, I suggest, should not be identified before, during a panel, and during the trial. I think the jurors' names should be impounded. There has been past efforts by many to identify jurors, interview jurors, get information about jurors that is then highly publicized. That will chill, I think, the process of deliberation in a fair trial for both sides.
Nope.
I think it is
No one tried to get information on jurors. No one. All the jurors who came forward by themselves. No one had any names. No one. This is again bullshit.
There was that one incident where somebody was like following the bus or something. Remember?
But they claimed someone was following the bus.
Yeah, nothing came of that either.
Yeah. No names. No. The only thing we know is Aiden said a lady who seemed to be very pro Karen Reed was removed from the jury via testimony from Fanning that someone told him that she was yelling at the Waterfall bar drunk, that this was BS or something like that. And I can't find what motion they were talking about with Proctor. So it might be one of the sealed ones.
measure that is accepted, it's appropriate, and under the circumstances of this case, I ask the court to do that.
All right. Any objection from the defense?
Your Honor, we have no objection to appointing a court stenographer, impounding jurors' names and information, and in fact, we join in that request.
Okay.
The motion, however, also asks for the impoundment of all sidebar discussions. Before I address that, I guess I would first ask whether Mr. Brennan is pursuing that part of the motion.
I think that's a good question. Sidebar discussions regarding jurors?
Well, if it's sidebar discussions regarding jurors, we're in complete agreement.
So sidebars are impounded regarding jurors anyway.
Right. So we're in agreement with that. I interpreted the motion, perhaps incorrectly, that Mr. Brennan was seeking the impoundment of all sidebar discussions regarding all issues.
It sounds like he is because of the fact of people listening to FTR.
Well, that's what I think.
All right, so I'll hear you on that.
Thank you. So we do question the impoundment of all sidebar discussions.
Okay, you agreed to it last time, right? So this is a change.
This is a new trial, Judge.
Right, no, so just to be clear, this is a change.
I don't recall what we did or didn't do last time, but this is our position for this trial. Obviously, the reason some discussions are held at sidebar is to prevent jurors from hearing legal arguments on the admissibility of evidence. But this is otherwise a public courtroom. The public typically has a First Amendment right to know in Massachusetts what is going on in a public courtroom. And in fact, in Massachusetts, it's not just a First Amendment right, there's also a common law right to know what's going on in the courtrooms. And when justice is open to the public, It serves as a check and balance to the conduct of the parties and of the court. Consonant with these policies, in one of your recent rulings, Your Honor, the court recently cited to the strong presumption of Massachusetts law that a courtroom be open to the public. Therefore, there's both a state policy and a benefit to public disclosure of courtroom discussions and rulings. Of course, if there's something that is discussed at sidebar that involves information subject to a protective order, portions of sidebars can be impounded. If there's some other reason for a sidebar conference to be impounded, the courts can so rule at the time. But a prophylactic blanket impoundment covering all arguments made at sidebar would sweep too broadly over these important rights and policies. There's a lot of publicly available information about this case already in the public domain. There are commentators who write and speak about this case every day on the internet. Sidebar discussions become yet another source of information, but the court's able to guard against the jury being influenced by extraneous information outside the courtroom by instructing them every day, as you did during the first trial, that they're not to read or watch or pay attention to anything about this case outside the courtroom. And
Thank you, Rianne. Okay, so the motion with Proctor was the false statement about David Yannetti and Lucky harassing his sister at the school. I couldn't find the motion, so I thought it was something that hadn't been shared because there's still a lot of motion that's impounded.
in that sense, sidebar discussions are no different than the daily news about this case that is discussed incessantly, and for that reason, we believe they should be generally made public.
All right. So last time they were sealed, and that was by agreement of all the parties. So this time there's an objection. What is the authority for me sealing or impounding sidebars?
Shouldn't you know that? You're the judge.
I don't have an answer to that. It's something I'll need to look into because it is a legitimate concern of the Commonwealth, but there needs to be authority, and I can't say right now I have authority for it. I can tell you the concern is that many of the sidebars help vet out information that should not be heard by the jury. It's not the community that's the concern. Even the most diligent of juror in a trial of this magnitude and this length may hear extraneous information, whether they're looking at news reports or not, whether they're simply getting lunch. If there's evidence that is deemed inadmissible and prejudicial to the jury, there runs a real risk if the public hears the promotion of sidebar conferences. It's not an attempt to stifle First Amendment. It's not an attempt to deprive the community.
Yes, but they can be sealed so you can't get into them.
Of the full value of the public trial. Rather, it is the concern that this case, unlike most or any, seems to have a political event component to it, and factions and sides and heavy promotion. It's a cottage industry in ways, unfortunately. And that creates an enormous amount of social media and media attention, which I embrace for the First Amendment, but we want to keep the jurors from hearing information that would be prejudicial or extraneous. And given the length of the trial and the heavy scrutiny of social media, that's the government's concern. But I agree the government should have a legal basis. If you'd give me an opportunity, we can offer the court whether we have that basis or not, but I can't tell you that now.
All right, so I am taking a lot of these motions under advisement. I'll give you until tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you very much.
The only mention I have seen anywhere, and I am constantly on the Twitter trying to see if anyone has any good takes on anything. I don't hear. The only person I've seen shared sidebar comments or anything was not a pro Karen Reed. I won't call this person a blogger because it's more of a hate spreader, spewer who might be named after undergarments.
Is there an objection to, it's 577, it's the Commonwealth's Exhibit 3,
Yeah, she should just say that, well, I instruct them not to watch media, just like she said, I instruct them not to speculate. So yeah, that's curative.
You would think that it would work for the Commonwealth and the defense.
No problem. Yeah. Mexican
Motion 3, Commonwealth's motion for in-court identification. Is there any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, so that's allowed, Mr. Clerk. And the next one, Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to admit the victim, 1 photograph of the victim, 2 photographs of the victim's injuries as observed by medical providers during the autopsy. Is there an objection to that, Ms. Little? That's allowed. 578.
Thank you.
So the manner of death, so that is on the death certificate. So this is your number 5, Mr. Brennan, paper 579, Commonwealth's motion eliminate to preclude reference to and redact the manner of death contained on the victim's death certificate.
How could you possibly,
on that? Yes.
in a murder trial, redact the manner and cause of death?
Because it sounds really bad that the medical examiner can't determine the manner of death. Come on now.
This is insane. The Commonwealth is trying to redact the cause and manner of death in a murder trial. That is absolutely insane.
Who does the medical examiner work for?
The Commonwealth.
Yeah. So they want to preclude their own witnesses, their own expert witnesses, because they didn't say what they want to say. She's a whack job.
This is infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Everything about this case is boggles the mind, y'all.
She's a whack job. They should have sent Proctor and who was the other one that they said should have gone there to force her to write the right determination?
Rookie
Proctor.
move, Baker. Rookie move.
Pursuant to Mass case law, Commonwealth v. Almonte and Wallace, as we've laid out in our memorandum, we would like to have the cause of death redacted from the certificate. Certainly, the defense can cross-examine any witnesses that are called regarding the manner of death, but this notation on the death certificate is extraneous and it should be inadmissible. General Laws, Chapter 46, Section 19, provides nothing contained in the record of a death which is reference to the question of liability for causing the death shall be admissible in evidence. Again, different when questioning a witness that is offering an opinion regarding the cause of death, but the certificate itself should be redacted, and it should follow Massachusetts general laws, and it should follow Massachusetts case law. And for those reasons, we ask the court to redact any cause of death in the death certificate itself.
All right, who's arguing this for your defense? Ms. Little?
Thank you, Your Honor. In this case, the medical examiner who completed the death certificate concluded that the manner of death was undetermined. The Commonwealth is seeking to exclude this information from the death certificate because it is exculpatory. The Commonwealth seeks not only to have the court redact the manner of death here, but they're also not calling the medical examiner in this case, which creates certain issues. All of the cases cited by the Commonwealth in this matter deal with the issue of whether it was error for the Commonwealth to admit a death certificate listing the manner of death without redacting the word homicide, because it violates a defendant's constitutional right under the 5th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution. That is not the situation that we're presented with here. None of the
You are not calling your own medical examiner because you had to go out and hire someone who would say what you want to say. Just, again, taxpayers of Massachusetts, you're paying this bill too.
cases cited by the Commonwealth that were just referenced by Attorney Brennan stand for the proposition that a death certificate
Yeah, because they only treat dead people.
listing the cause of death as undetermined should be redacted. If the court looks closely at even the cases cited by the Commonwealth, specifically Commonwealth versus Ellis, I'd urge the court to carefully read that opinion, because what it says is that the SJC identified the words that best practice dictates should be redacted from a death certificate. And what the SJC said is this, and this is dicta, it's not even true case law. The better and safer course is to exclude from a death certificate the words homicide, suicide, or accident in a criminal trial. Notably missing from that is the word undetermined, and that's because undetermined is not a finding of liability. That is what the whole statute was meant to protect from. So there is no case law that suggests that the word undetermined should be redacted from a death certificate. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proof in this case. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a homicide occurred, and the Commonwealth's own medical examiner has opined that she was unable to make that determination in this case. That finding is relevant, it's exculpatory, and it should not be redacted from the death certificate.
So you say the medical examiner is not testifying?
It's not, I believe the medical examiner is not on their witness list.
Oh, I thought I saw her. Dr. Scorti-Bello? Oh,
Not on their witness list.
all right.
Oh. So she's not on the witness list. Weird that. Thank you, Shore Life Creations. 5 memberships to Rolling Stone, Buzzcat, Whitney Hare, Adair, and Victor Man 7777. No, Jamie isn't here today, so she can't instate your membership chat. This is the... I can't remember. Maybe they have another expert who will testify about certain things, and then the medical examiner will still come in and talk about their findings. They won't even call their own ME, but they go out and spend your taxpayer dollars to get a neurosurgeon who will tell you because of the way the brain is lost around, it's a car accident. I hope you have fun. You had fun paying your taxes this year. Oh, it looks like they forgot to put her on the witness list.
She's number 81 on the Commonwealth witness list.
Oh.
All right,
So they
I'll
did
take this
put
under
her on
advisement. I'll take a quick look at Ellis again.
I would just note, I apologize, I know Attorney Brennan did represent at one point, they are not likely to call the medical examiner, so that was my impression.
Okay,
Perhaps I'm incorrect.
that's fine, thank you. All right, one last, hopefully quick one, Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to introduce certified records from the Registry of Motor Vehicles. Is there an objection to that, Ms. Little?
No objection.
Okay. Probably one more quick, so that's paper 580, Jim?
Thank you.
Commonwealth's motion to eliminate with the intent to obtain query records of potential jurors. That's allowed as long as it doesn't disrupt the trial in any way.
May we be heard on that?
Sure.
Your Honor, potential jurors are asked when they fill out the jury questionnaire whether they have a criminal record. They're also asked if they know anybody in law enforcement. They're asked if they've ever been a victim of a crime. And for every other answer on the questionnaire, the parties must accept the potential juror's answer, which that juror is giving under oath on the form itself. In fact, there are times when a court may deny.
She was on the list as number 82, but Brennan had verbally told Miss Little that he probably wouldn't call her. Sorry, Miss Little misled us. See what I did there?
An attorney from inquiring further about a clear answer on the jury questionnaire, precisely because the answer was clear and it was given under oath. It is solely through the issue of a past criminal record that the Commonwealth seeks to question whether potential jurors are telling the truth. If someone claims not to know law enforcement, the Commonwealth is content with that answer. It does not ask for permission to conduct any further research. If someone claims never to be a victim of a crime, again, the Commonwealth is content with that answer and is not curious about whether the potential juror is telling the truth. In other words, it is the potentially hidden, if the potentially hidden information benefits the Commonwealth in their viewpoint, they're fine with that. The only way to make this process fair to both sides, therefore, with regard to this motion, would be to release to the parties the jurors' questionnaires in advance of trial so that each side can do their own independent research and investigation to vet the potential jurors in the pool. I know that there is case law to support the invasion into a juror's privacy regarding a check on the existence or not of their criminal records and a vetting of potential jurors' truthfulness. But it is interesting that the very first case the Commonwealth cites, the Hampton case, stands for the proposition that criminal records of prospective jurors are not an indispensable or necessary means to the selection of an impartial jury as a matter of federal or Massachusetts constitutional law. That was a case in which the defense had sought a query check of potential jurors, and the judge denied that request. And the SJC said it was fine to deny the defense's request. That means, Your Honor, that you would be justified in exercising your discretion to deny the Commonwealth's request to be allowed to invade the privacy of potential jurors, because pursuant to Hampton, it's simply not an indispensable or necessary way to select an impartial jury. Having said that, Your Honor, if the court is inclined nonetheless to allow the motion, we ask for an order that every bit of information turned up by the Commonwealth in their investigation of jurors be turned over to the defense.
I think that's the common practice of this office. What do you say to that, Mr. Brennan?
Is it the common practice of this office?
You're asking after you file the motion, is this common practice? Why do I keep hearing la da 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 da?
It's clown world for sure.
And asking Lally,
Your Honor, is the court's question common practice of giving everything, or is it common practice of running queries?
It actually seems to be both.
I believe I've been informed that it is the common practice, and that is the practice we would follow to give everything to the defense. I think the assumption that the Commonwealth would not want somebody with a criminal record on the jury might be misplaced. Somebody who has a criminal record shouldn't be precluded from jury service. In fact, maybe people who have a criminal record and re-entered society who the Commonwealth would embrace as jurors. But sometimes people forget or mistake that they have a criminal past. It, I understand, may have happened in this case, has happened in many of my cases, and the nature of any past...
Probably not the jurors, probably your clients when they asking, have you ever had any... No, I'm clean. Well, had that small problem, but that's years ago.
Criminal record is sometimes helpful to see if there's an association between that and the charges in this case. So we would embrace providing everything to the defense and ask the court to allow our motion.
All right. If you remember, I give a catch-all, too, to the jury that sometimes we're in a hurry to fill out these forms. Sometimes that when we get these questionnaires, we think, well, this situation may not apply to me. So I give them time before they come up, and I specifically say, perhaps your experience as a witness or a juror or a defendant in a criminal case, or if there's any prior record, things that you may have forgotten. If you didn't include it and you remember it, please tell us when you come to sidebar. And inevitably, every trial there's somebody that says they forgot to say something, or they had a record that, got in trouble when they were 17 or something. So it happens.
Right, and that's an argument against the Commonwealth's motion, because you give the jurors a chance to correct what they put on the initial form. There's no need for the Commonwealth to do their own independent research to confirm or deny that.
All right, so you're asking me to flat out deny the motion, but if I allow it, you'll get the copies?
Correct.
Okay. All right, why don't we take the morning break at this time, and we'll come back.
So she didn't rule on that again.
Do that motion, the defense motion regarding Dr. Welcher.
All rise, please.
You are muted.
Well, this has been an interesting morning. And for anyone who is out there asking, no, Jamie won't be joining because Valhalla is on stream.
Jamie hates me. She absolutely hates me.
Valhalla has had to have a restraining order put against Jamie. She can get a little handsy when she drinks too much. But 2 hours and 15 minutes. Wow, we started earlier with. So roughly an hour and 45 minutes was how long she could go before she had to come in. Yeah, we have discussed, should we talk about her restraining order, which also includes the internets.
No direct or indirect contact. Oh, Jamie. Oh, Jamie.
JBH.
93%. That's pretty. Yeah, that's a rough one, man.
Jemima's doing better today. And I just want to show this part again because it's so glorious to see his face.
Text, videos, things that have absolutely nothing to do with communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant. So how can the Commonwealth make the threshold showing that those are relevant?
First, this is a ruling with Mr. Kearney, so I'm asking that Mr. Kearney and his attorney be at the table. I'm not sure why we're being joined by Ms. Reed's team, unless they have standing in this.
Your Honor, we're a little confused, and I don't mean to interrupt the proceeding, but as we're...
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Of course, I'm sorry. Alan Jackson on behalf of... We didn't see which case number was called for this Rule 17, if it was Mr. Kearney's case number or if it was Ms. Reed's case.
I love the face that she's just looking at him as you do if you stepped in something that smells really bad.
She's looking at him and her face basically says, "Are you stupid?" That's exactly what it says. What is wrong with you?
That's when you have that argument with your wife where she just looks at you in that way, where you're trying to, but honey, can't you understand that? And she just looks at you and I'm not winning this one.
Oh my God. This is such a shit show, Baker.
This is worse than we expected. I thought we would come in, she would just rule on half of them saying, I'm going to do a written letter, I'll take it under consideration. Hey, Luna. And and then we would be out again by noon. I think we'll still be out again by noon because we're going to do the Welcher now. And then she's probably gonna say, "Well, I take the rest. I can try and see. Can I find?
Do we know how many motions we have left?
Well, I do because Jemima have made a list, but I of course haven't updated it. But I can find the list, and then we can kind of figure out where we are. So I have to stop this one, and then I have to share this one entire screen. This one, and then we have to do this. So today we have had sequestration order and relief from order from family members of the victim. We have no ruling on that one. Motion limited to in-court identification. I don't have that one either. And then the 579, we had this one. Motor vehicle, we have that one. The Corey records is the last one we just had. We need the Meatball Morrissey. We need the visual presentation and talk. Cellbrite demonstration. Out of court statement to state of mind. Bad character and prior misconduct of victim or any. We haven't had that either, I believe. Or did we have that the last time? Wasn't that the Chris Albert thing we talked about last time? I think we had 587. 588, we haven't had that with the pending internal investigation. Preclude defense from raising a third-party culprit. We haven't had that one. What idea of potential jurors and proposed jury questionnaire. We haven't had that one. False and irrelevant statements. We had that one. Evidence of lack of bias. We had that one.
We might have had 590.
Might have had 590. I'm not 100% sure. Grounds of objection. We had that one denied. Perfect juror contact. We had that one. She's still she punted 601 till if they're gonna call him. Where Judge Welcher is coming up. Judge Welcher again. Exclude Garrett Wing. We haven't had that one. Exclude Michael Easter. Haven't had that one. And Judge Welcher is coming up. Allow evidence of lack of bias. We had that one. Buffer zone. We had that one. So what we're missing is out of court statements. Welcher.
There's quite a few still.
Yeah, that's like 5 left.
Ugh. 16 to go. That's a little more than 5, Baker.
I didn't say 5. This is a clear. This is what happens in this trial over and over and over again. Valhalla clearly misstates everything I said because I said we didn't even have 5 this morning, and what I said was, yeah, I don't know what I said.
Oh, what the hell?
Well, little goat has found out to jump on the bucket.
Yeah, she learned. She learned. Get a little goat therapy in, everybody.
I love that Jemima can't share your link, but just so she can yell at me, she already shared the new motion tracker. So we need the sequestration order. We need the offer of proof of defendant calling or surmising the Norfolk District, that's calling Meatball Morrissey.
I hope they call him. I hope they get to call him as a witness.
And the chalks and visual representations, the Cellbrite out-of-court statement to show... Oh, he's going to show that clip, but again, it's a clip, and then they should go back and have all the film and see it in context, because it's so stupid. Internal affairs investigation, third-party culprit, voir dire of potential jurors, allow evidence of lack of bias. We have had that one today, Jemima. You forgot that one. Dr. Welcher, exclude Garrett Wing. He is the dog bite expert. Michael Easter. He is an expert in... He's a... Michael Easter. I can't remember who he is.
I have no idea who that is.
He's the guy, the video guy. Marissa don't like him. Dr. Welcher and defendant's motion in limine to allow evidence of lack of bias. No, so there's two lack of bias, but one of them already been talked about today. EDR guy, erectile dysfunction related guy.
Representative.
Yeah, the bias one was to show that the ARCA guys wasn't biased. The old guy, Michael Easter, I'm going back to, because they were yelling at each other yesterday in Discord. These ladies really get mad at each other in the background.
They're spicy.
But they're run by Jamie, so you know.
That would explain it. Yeah, I sure do.
I'm just trying to hang in there, but whenever I go to bed, it's just bing, 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 bing.
I almost messaged you at about 2:30 this morning, my time, when I realized I hadn't set up a stream because I didn't have the link. And I was like,
well, you should have, because that was 7:30. I was getting ready to go to the gym. I was in the gym at 8 o'clock this morning.
I should have.
No, Matt.
I'll wake up early enough. We'll take care of it in the morning. No big deal.
Well, I did share it with Jamie at around 2 a.m. your time this morning.
No wonder I didn't get it. That makes sense.
He was tech support at PetSmart. We should be using Geek Squad to debunk videos.
We shouldn't be using Geek Squad.
We shouldn't be using... Well, I don't read. I'm just not used to that tone of language.
Yeah, I did
saying that they wanted to deflower the other one with a Coke bottle. I thought that wasn't civil, but apparently that goes for civil in the Northeast.
What? What? I have no comment on that. None.
I've got the zoomies.
Yeah, she does. She's all kinds of excited today. I should run out there and turn the lights on. Hey, Rose.
I love that you share your Rumble that you never, ever stream to.
That's not my fault, okay? That's StreamYard's fault or Rumble's fault. I had it set up to where everything that I posted on YouTube immediately was supposed to post to Rumble after the fact. And it hasn't worked at all. Like, it worked for like a month a year ago, and then it just stopped.
Yeah, when we started, everything got automatically punted, and then it didn't work. And now I love that they always, come to Rumble. It's the great alternative. The problem is it's really, really not.
It's really not. It's a terrible site to be a streamer on.
Just to talk shop, because we have nothing else than yelling to do about the case. So, but I can set up 20 streams in StreamYard and go live on YouTube. Rumble, I have to do it every single time. I have to go set it up in Rumble, then go back to StreamYard and put it up because it's not integrated. This has been 2 years now, and they still haven't figured out that problem. I can do it on my Twitch, my X, think
Facebook,
TikTok,
YouTube.
Facebook, YouTube, everything with one button, but not Rumble.
Rumble has to be special.
Well, see, this is how I'm treated because, oh, you're not intelligent.
Yeah, you shut up, stupid. That's what that
Yeah.
said. Maybe. Pink eye's pretty common with goats. They have an entire 11 and a half acres of places to play. Just she's not old enough yet.
Do you have any wildlife that's a threat to her down there?
Yes. So occasionally there's black bears, which I've never seen one here, but they're around. And then we've got coyotes that could be a threat, but they usually just grab a duck and run off. And then we have a fox that she's small enough it would be a threat probably, but the fox isn't getting in there, I don't think. I think the other goats would probably make that stop. I've never had a knock on wood, but I've never had a predator issue with my goats. They just take the birds because they're easier to grab and run off with.
But isn't donkeys really good guard animals?
They're supposed to be, yeah. Yeah. The problem is foxes are really sly.
Yeah, they're fast.
Yeah, they're
That's
pretty
not like
smart.
coyotes that'll howl before they attack.
Right. They just
because they
sneak
have
in.
to coordinate the herd. That's why they do it.
That's true.
Foxes are on their own.
It's a
Blackstone,
pack,
you
not a
didn't miss anything. We are on our morning break, but you need to go back. And when it's over, you have to go back. It started out beautifully. Brennan was trying to get into Aiden's phone to prove a conspiracy with Karen Reed. And in the middle of all of it, Karen Reed's crew just showed up. And Brennan looked like he smelled a fart.
He did too.
For the Little Balls-Up Medical Examiner's Shopping Fund. Thank you, Unbalanced. I'm not sure what it is. You have had a fox take down a... Well... Foxes normally aren't that big, are they? Funny, I live in a rural area and I grew up next to a wood. Never ever seen a fox. Hey, Mrs. Valhalla.
Hi.
She wanted to say hi real quick. She's going to do us all a favor and go out there and turn on the lights.
Yeah, I'm showing up late to work, and they said goat pics or be here on time.
So you opting for goat pics?
Yeah, so I have to go out there and take pictures of the baby.
Well,
outstanding.
That's a cool work environment when you can just pay in goat pics.
Here's your late tax.
So that this is your late tax because you were late.
That makes sense. I'm okay with that, actually. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
What's your tax?
I have to share the goats.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so same thing.
I have to provide
Same thing.
goat pics.
Got it.
Yeah.
Pics or it didn't happen.
Pics or it didn't happen. She's so stinking cute.
Okay, I'll be back. Hi, everybody. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, baby. She's amazing, ain't she, y'all?
She is amazing. And she's even better in person.
True. So we have a fox that I haven't seen him in a while, but he was stalking my farm all winter long, and he got several ducks. And I think that was just because the ducks will sleep like outside of the barn. They'll be laying in the ground outside of the barn. So he would just walk up and snatch them and run off. He was a pretty big fox, though, and he probably could take her no problem. Yeah, if I did it over again, I'd get dogs. I wouldn't get donkeys, probably. I'd get dogs.
Brennan made me want a date drink after listening to him for 2 words.
I can't stand that guy.
No, and it's just again, he's constantly lying about what the defense have said and done. And that's the part I just can't stand with this guy, because if he was just playing the normal games, you fiddle a little with the corners, but he stands up and he effing says that Arca, well, I won't say committed perjury, but was less than truthful. Well, that's committing perjury.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jude, for 17 months in the wings.
Outstanding.
That's a
outstanding
long ass time being a cream pie.
Cream pie.
I had to see if she was a muffin top or a cream pie. She's a cream pie.
Outstanding. Which one's the higher level?
I don't do homework. I don't know.
I'm just asking.
I see member chats and I think, thank you so much for being a member. If it's $2 or $4, it's the support that's the important part.
That is.
Court is spicy enough without breeding created chaos. Yeah. And again, it's one thing to fiddle in the corners. Every prosecutor, every lawyer does that. But it's a whole different thing when you are constantly misstating and falsely interpreting malice to your opponent. We had a whole shitstorm go down over AJ because he apparently lied to the court about his involvement with Arca, who is now going to go next week to do a Rule 14 motion. How much can... Imagine they say, well, we don't know why we billed them. We didn't have any contact and we didn't discuss our testimony. We just talked about our CV, which is perfectly cromulent. Then is she going to retract her stupidity that she yelled the other day?
Probably not. I was actually surprised she didn't start this morning by yelling at the defense.
Yeah. Cream pie is the big one.
Thank you, Krista. I appreciate it.
So she's one of the good ones. No, everyone is a good one.
One of the good ones.
No, but I don't. I know we should be grifting harder and saying all the stuff and do all the things, but what we really want is people hanging out with us and having fun. That's the most important part, because it's wonderful that people will pay you $2.
Did you tell Baker has a booger in his nose? I was going to leave it. I wasn't going to address it. I didn't want to be that guy. You know what I mean? Didn't want to embarrass him on his own channel. I understand. Thanks, Zach. I appreciate it, buddy.
No, she didn't rule on the death certificate. Another thing taken under advisement. The only thing she has ruled on today is...
She hasn't ruled on almost anything.
The motion to move the trial wasn't granted, and then she ordered
on.
Yeah, and she ordered a Rule 14 motion. That's what we have so far, and denied spoken objection. And no one is to be in contact with the jury. Not even the defense through the media.
Before we begin,
I have
realizing how much everybody has to do before this trial, I won't have the voir dire of the ARCA witnesses next week. We'll have it before they testify. We'll do it the day before they testify.
What are you voir diring
and we'll give you until then to comply with all Rule 14 discovery and see where we stand. So we don't need to bring them here next week unless you made arrangements.
Thank you, Bev, because that's actually nice of you that you didn't make her pay for another trip.
Arrangements? No, I didn't make arrangements. I just want to make sure that we're very well defined on what issue is before the court that would justify a voir dire. I just want to make sure. I don't think that's been clearly articulated. I just need to know what the parameters are. I need to know. I think Mr. Alessi is going to handle the argument in substance, but I need to know what are we dealing with for voir dire.
Okay. All right, so what I need you to do beforehand is make sure that all Rule 14 discovery is complied with, and if it is, then we'll see. Okay?
So it's basically
Yes.
defined on Rule 14.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Does that work for the Commonwealth?
My concern is if we have questioning of the witnesses the day before their testimony, and part of that includes the production of records, and they don't have the records with them, they're going to be unable to produce them because they would have to return home. And so having...
So we'll need that, Mr. Alessi, okay? Well in advance.
Yeah, understood.
That would be part of the Rule 14 discovery. If they comply with Rule 14 discovery in advance, you'll have all of that.
That was exactly my understanding, what Your Honor was suggesting, and we will comply with that.
So see where we stand. If we need to address it, we'll address it before then.
My discovery motion extends beyond Rule 14, and the reason why is it includes the communications between the parties, which is necessary to understand. So it's not simply Rule 14. We have a court-ordered discovery motion that we filed that includes the request for this information to show bias, and I don't want that to be overlooked.
All right, so talk to Mr. Alessi in advance. All right, and I'd like you to be able to tell me before we start the trial where you stand with that. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what you still think you need, Mr. Brennan.
I'll inform the court.
Okay.
And I'm pleased to speak with Mr. Brennan at Your Honor's direction.
All right, thank you.
But if she doesn't rule that they have to turn over things beyond Rule 14, they don't have to. So again, she's just setting up a trap for herself because her rulings are so stupid. They have a motion to get more than the defense is obligated to turn over. And now she says, you can figure it out. We know that Brennan never turns over more than he absolutely minimum has to do, and then he will find something more that he probably should have turned over. This, again, she's just constantly going down a dead end, setting conflicts because she's such a weak judge.
Keep in mind also, y'all, that they've recently received discovery that they should have received in the first trial, years after the fact. Like this it's not like they're on top of their discovery obligations by any means.
Yeah, I need to do the records thing and just do the entire trial in a spa. I need to buy a spa.
Thank you very much.
This month's
if you wear a
thrifting,
Speedo.
Get Baker a spa.
With the Speedo.
All right, so now we'll go on to your motion, Mr. Alessi.
And I'll have to find a neighbor whose wife I can borrow. Sadly, I live with a lot of 60-plus year olds.
Aya became a new member to the goat herd. Thank you so much. And you get awesome fun emojis like Fluffy.
May it please the court. In my presentation today with regard to Dr. Welcher.
No, I was just wondering if you're going to tell me what you're going to tell me and then tell me what you've told me.
Shut up, bitch, Bev.
Oh my God.
Well, he has that thing where he's going to tell you, and then he's going to start out by doing an introduction, and she has mentioned it 25 times. Don't do it.
Do you plan on doing that, or are you just outlining it?
I do not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, he is pissed as well.
In my presentation today, Your Honor.
He's 65 years old, I believe.
Pause it for just a second, please.
He's 65 years old.
Wait, who is?
Alessi.
No, he's not. No way.
I'm pretty sure the ladies, when they weren't yelling at each other, found out when everyone was born, and I believe he's 65 years old.
I don't believe that at all. I would need to see like a birth certificate to believe that he's 65 years old. 65 years old, Marissa?
He's the oldest man in the room.
That is insane.
Or 67, maybe. You said pause it for a minute.
Mrs. Valhalla is in the goat stall, and she was trying to talk to us for a second. I'm not sure what she was saying, or I'm gonna talk to her through the mic real quick. How do I do that again? Dang it!
I don't
This
know.
one. How the hell did I do this before? That's it. Got it.
Oh, man, you're really all messed up. Hey.
She's attacking the cat.
I was just saying that I got soaked doing the water. The hose sprayed at me, and that's why you don't wear your work clothes to the bar.
Well, thanks for that beautiful insight, baby.
Yeah. Have a great day at work.
Indeed. Okay. I wasn't sure what she was saying. Thank you.
I'm going to, just so Your Honor has the documents in front of you that I'm going to be referencing. I'm going to be referencing the 140-slide presentation.
Okay.
What the Commonwealth has dubbed a report, which is approximately 12 pages of a letter dated January 30, 2000.
By the way, Lally is 45 years old. 45. 3 years younger
Really?
than my 27.
He's got 5 years on me.
Yeah, and I got 3 years on him.
I'd say we're both doing a little better than he is. I mean, I'm getting pretty gray in there.
I'm grayer than he is, but maybe it's smoking a carton of 6 in every break that is the problem for him.
I got 25
from.
You don't do it on every break.
Dr. Welcher to Mr. Brennan, and I am also going to be referencing a case law that the parties have cited. What Dr. Welcher has submitted is notable both for what is submitted and what is not provided. Dr. Welcher has gone extraordinarily well beyond not only his area of expertise, but he has, and that's in terms of what he has provided, but as remarkable is he has not provided any documentation of how his methodology is tethered to any study, any common acceptance, or any of the Dalbert factors. And this, again, is a pattern of the Commonwealth, where they provide, as they did with Dr. Wolf, as they have done with Dr. Crosby, they provide long CVs, long qualification lists, and then are completely silent on the tethering of the methodology to a common acceptance or the Dalbert factors. So that is the jurisprudential motivation for me to hit the case law with regard to why that deficiency is fatal to their burden of proof under the Massachusetts law. So I'll start with case of Canavan, the SJC's decision of 2000. And
this is the new witness list, amended witness list. Hank Brennan has filed a new witness list, which now contains Alan Jackson, Elizabeth Little, and David Yannetti as state witnesses.
For the Karen Reed case or for the Turtle Boy case?
For this case, he's not on the Turtle Boy case.
Well, he was. How?
They can't talk about anything. No, probably because it's related to the first trial some way. I don't understand this. Someone who went to school better explain how, because They have client
attorney-client privilege.
Attorney-client. I can never get that word.
I got you. Is it in regards to Turtle Boy, possibly? Like, I don't understand how they could.
No, because they can't. This is just what I found. It's been shared by Ted Daniel. Special prosector Hank Brennan has added Karen Reed's legal team as potential witnesses at her trial, according to an updated filing. This is war. This man is saying, I wanna war. I don't wanna get anything above the board. I want to fight as dirty as possible. He's such an idiot.
Everything, every single motion, he's fighting tooth and nail, even if he's lying.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
I am going to provide 4 parts of candidate. Number 1, it's in head note 11. And this case was about, as the court may know, the Commonwealth, not the Commonwealth, a party proposing an expert that was commenting on, which was fashionable at the time, multiple chemical sensitivity. And the expert witness trying to state that an individual suffered from multiple chemical sensitivity. Here's what the SJC stated in response to the expert that was proffering that testimony, and it's extraordinarily close to what is happening with Dr. Welcher, what happened with Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Crosby. The SJC said there was no evidence in the record to show that Dr. LaCava, that was the proffered expert, used a reliable methodology to transform his general finding of chemical exposure to his more specific diagnosis of MCS, multiple chemical sensitivity. Immediately after that, the High Court said, and I quote, Dr. LaCava referred to the, quote, literature as confirming the existence of MCS and asserted that based on the examination and tests he conducted, the employee had symptoms highly suggestive of environmental sensitivity. However, Dr. LaCava did not identify any specific studies that showed the existence of MCS based on specific symptoms and did not identify tests that can be performed to prove that the patient suffers from MCS. Skipping one sentence. Thus, the only evidence on this record tending to show that the employee suffered from MCS was Dr. LaCava's assertion. The purpose of the Lanigan test is to prevent an expert from offering testimony to a fact finder that is not based on a reasonable or reliable methodology. We cannot conclude that the expert's mere assertion that a methodology is reliable is sufficient to pass the Lanigan test, absent any other evidence showing its reliability. And I have used the Latin phrase ipsi dixit, translated into because he says so, or he said, and it's not my pejorative, that's the ipsi dixit, comes right and is used in case of cannabis. And that's what the SJC calls it when you don't tether a methodology to a study or common acceptance. It's just that expert witness saying it. The reason I perseverate on this is because that's exactly what Dr. Welcher is doing in a 140-slide presentation. It's exactly what he did in his 12-page letter to Mr. Brennan. Nowhere in either of those voluminous documents does he mention one word about 2 things he did. He did an analysis. He has a purported methodology, just like Dr. LaCava in case of Canavan. He doesn't mention one study to support his methodology. Unless there be any concerns, the law is clear that the Lanigan analysis is applicable to medicine, science, and technology. And clearly, Dr. Welcher is in the technology area, and the Delbert Lanigan analysis is referred to as the hard science. So he also, Dr. Welcher, conducted an experiment. And I'm going to treat that separately from the lack of a methodology. So I want to stay just with the methodology that is purported to be used by Dr. Welcher. So keeping on with case of Canavan, Dr. Welcher also is proffering to provide opinions on the medical causation of the injuries to the right arm of the deceased. It's clearly what he is doing. Here is what the SJC said about causation. It's head note 14, and they labeled the heading of it causation. The SJC said, quote, there is no suggestion that the judge conducted a Lanigan analysis to determine whether Dr. LaCava used a reliable methodology to conclude that the chemical exposures to which the employee was subjected caused, and caused is italics in the opinion, her to suffer from MCS. This was an error. They went on, quote, because understanding medical causation is beyond the knowledge of the ordinary layman, proof of it must rest upon expert medical testimony. Because and I'm skipping several sentences, because the judge below did not conduct a Lanigan analysis to determine whether Dr. LaCava relied on a reliable methodology to determine that chemical exposures caused the employee's MCS, it was an error to admit the opinion. In the concurring opinion of
Lisbeth, it has been an infuriating day. I would go back and look at it, but hang with us live and then check up. We just started arguing why Dr. Welcher shouldn't be allowed to testify, because like every other expert for the Commonwealth, they haven't any of the rules that you'll normally need to be an expert witness. They haven't followed those. And Hanky Panky will stand up in 45 minutes when Leslie is done and say, he's way better than anyone else.
Justice Greene, he added an important point.
I'm more fluffy than that.
I quote, further and perhaps more importantly, the application of the standard will make little difference in how an appellate court decides a hard science. The issue was, what was the standard of review? Is it going to be abuse of discretion? And the concurring justice said, in hard science, it really doesn't make a difference. But here is apt for what we're here for today. The goal of Lanigan, as was the goal of the preceding tests, is to keep unreliable or so-called junk science from fact finders, thereby reducing the prospect of the return of verdicts or the rendition of decisions with dubious validity. So I rehearse apt provisions of the case of Catavan because the SJC sets forth what the burden is of the proponent. And I know Your Honor has heard me make this argument before, but I am now providing the SJC decision for...
You can't call the opposite side. It's not something you do. It's I don't know if it's... Well, they have attorney-client privilege, so they can't talk about anything anyway. It's just a BS move that you don't do. And it's probably because they put Meatball Morrissey, who is not a part of the state team, that they put him on the witness list, so now he's putting them on the witness list. Because he's a little kid in a big suit with a lot of power.
Direct support is what I've said with regard to the experts, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Crosby, and now Dr. Welcher. Next case I provide is Commonwealth v. Meeks, and that is another SJC decision. And if I'm not mistaken, I think all of the cases that I'm providing in my oral argument are cases cited to by the Commonwealth as part of this motion. I'm not 100% sure with regard to Meeks, but I think it's a decision that they cite as well. And oddly, all these decisions favor the defense. So here is, I'm only going to need to read one part of Meeks, even though it's a very long decision of 2006. It states at 2006 Westlaw 2819423, and this is on page 53 of the Westlaw copy. Quote, at trial, this court will require the Commonwealth's firearm identification witness to provide on direct examination, etc., etc. Last sentence. Such discovery is essential to an effective cross-examination and therefore to a fair trial. And I've made this argument many times before about the prejudice to Ms. Reed from the pattern of the Commonwealth to provide experts, long reports, long CVs, completely silent on tethering the methodology to a study, etc. And the SJC points out that that information is quote, essential to an effective cross-examination and therefore to a fair trial. And with regard to the last case that's really more apt to the experiment that Dr. Welcher apparently performed, not apparently did perform, that is the subject of a slide presentation. And this is, there's various experiments, but the most prominent of which is...
I trained legs today, so I don't want to sit and flex because there's no definition. I'll flex my calves.
Painting someone's arm blue, painting a hand yellow, and then trying to use the results of that experiment to support some wayward theory as to how the SUV made contact with the decedent. There's no doubt that's an experiment. So it's important when I get to that experiment what the legal standard is before such an experiment can be admitted in evidence, and what's the test under the Commonwealth v. Davis and Lanigan as to how an experiment could possibly come into court. So you've heard of the case, and I know Your Honor knows of Rintala. We've basically cited it for the proposition of qualifications, but substantively we haven't talked about it. And I know Your Honor is well familiar with it, so I'm just going to summarize what's apt for our motion. Okay. What the High Court said there is that the precise question is whether Giulianelli, this was the paint expert proffered by the Commonwealth, possessed sufficient education, training, experience, and familiarity to determine forensically when and how the paint was applied to the basement floor in the victim's body based on the information he was provided. And a large part of Rintala was, listen, this person was a paint engineer at his company and he had a lot of experience in that, but what he really didn't show and didn't have was experience forensically addressing the question. And that was certainly a big part of Rintala. So the court, to that point, said there is a significant distinction, however, between what Giulianelli had done in the paint industry for over 20 years and what the Commonwealth asked him to do in this case. So the court went on and discussed the difference, and it said he also, this is Giulianelli, he also did not do any research on the topic or search for any academic or industry materials on this topic.
That was why the case was overturned, because he just said, yeah, I painted ceilings for 20 years. That's how it does.
So the court, with that predicate as to what was lacking, which is completely the same as what's lacking with Dr. Welcher and his experiment, the court said this, and this is on Westlaw Copy 14, Head Notes 19 through 22, I quote, "Expert testimony also may be based on or informed by the results of experimentation. Skipping. The conditions in the experiments must nonetheless be substantially similar to those at the crime scene for the experiments to be of any value, and where new hard science is involved, an appellate court will always take a hard look at the trial judge's decision to admit or exclude the evidence." So here's what happened that's very apt to Dr. Welcher. Our analysis of Giulianelli's approach begins with the important principle that judges should closely scrutinize expert testimony where the testimony is prepared solely for the purpose of litigation, as opposed to testimony flowing naturally from an expert's line of scientific research or technical work. There is no evidence whatsoever in the Commonwealth's papers that Dr. Welcher had ever performed this experiment as part of his line of scientific research or technical work. From all indications, it appears that he performed this experiment specifically and exclusively for purposes of this litigation. And that's where the SJC started. So they immediately said, if it's just experiment done for this litigation, we right off the jump have a big issue with it. The SJC then goes on.
If you go through every single motion Brennan has filed so far, I think that the total amount of case law he have cited is maybe, on a good day, 1.5 motions filed by Alessi. Alessi has case law for everything. I think he could give you the case law for taking a dump. He has everything. Brennan is just, I said so.
With this very, very questionable area of experiments, and said, rather than flowing naturally from his work, therefore, his experiments greatly differed from the work he ordinarily performed and the observations he had experience making in the key. And his opinions were developed solely to assist the Commonwealth's prosecution of the defendant, which from all indications appears exactly the purpose of Dr. Welcher. And here now to the tethering of the methodology to a study which Dr. Welcher does not do at all. The court said, footnote 31, because Gianelli conceived of and designed the experiments without any stated basis in existing science or literature, and because...
So is Brennan. Well, he's not a professor, but he does law courses. Jemima took one of them. Well, she alleged she didn't do it, but he's at her school.
Neither the Commonwealth nor the trial judge applied the Daubert-Lanigan factors, it would make little sense to attempt to apply them here. The SJC said, we're not even going to go do this analysis because the proposed expert didn't cite to it. So we're not going to guess at what happened. And it then said, relatedly, and I'm quoting, the Commonwealth has not pointed...
You have a smart son.
...to any basis in existing scientific literature or research for Gianelli's methodology or experience. Instead, it appears that Gianelli designed these experiments on his own without any guidance. Reading down below, quote, Gianelli's experiments also do not appear to have been performed consistently with basic scientific principles. We have no evidence in anything the Commonwealth submitted that the experiment of Dr. Welcher was performed in accordance with any scientific principles, because his report and the slide presentation is completely bereft of any citation to basic scientific principles. Next, the court said Gianelli did not repeat or validate any of his 6 experiments is also significant. There is 0 in the current record that Dr. Welcher repeated or validated his experiment. Nothing. That is the legal standard for experiments in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's not the defense creating the standard. It's not the defense suggesting what the standard should be. What I just read is a 2021 opinion of the SJC. With those important legal precepts stated, I now turn to the letter, what the Commonwealth provides as, or calls a report, which is the January 30, 2025 document from Dr. Welcher. And I start on page 9 of that report. And if Dr. Welcher had adhered to his own standards about what a biomechanical engineer is to do, my presentation would be much shorter. So let's see what he said the role of a biomechanical engineer is, and then what he did. Because this goes to the point of him exceeding the scope of his qualifications wildly. So on page 9, he said in the first full paragraph under numeral 11, he says, in the middle of the paragraph, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. I have not made any type of diagnosis. He then goes down below, in 2/3 of the way down, he says, injury causation analysis is a multidisciplinary endeavor that employs objective medical and biomechanical data and analysis to determine whether a MVC caused a pathological condition or symptom diagnosed clinically. He continues, the entire body region will be covered under 3 of the 4 main branches of impact biomechanics, which are injury mechanisms, mechanical response, tolerance, and the biofidelity of surrogates. Thus, injury criteria are needed by biomechanical engineers to describe the relationship between one or more physical parameters and the injury they cause. These criteria usually take the form of a simple mathematical expression or a force or acceleration level. I couldn't agree with him more that that is what biomechanical engineers do. And he then goes on the next page, for his full paragraph, I understand my current assignment in this matter is to analyze the available data in this case, including but not limited to the data in and damage to the Reed 2001 Lexus LX 570, and to determine the events that applied forces to Mr. O'Keefe that resulted in the damage to his body. Structural failures, fractures, injuries. I agree completely again. That's what a biomechanical engineer is supposed to do. And what is it that he's talking about with force acceleration? At the risk of getting a little too nerdy, but it's really important, what biomechanical engineers do is they apply Newton's second law of physics, which is force net equals mass times acceleration. That's the mathematical formula. Because biomechanical engineers want to know what's the force being applied, and when you do that, then you can then say, okay, is this force capable of causing this result? And if that's what Dr. Welcher had done, again, my presentation would be very short. But that's the setup that he says are his guardrails, his boundaries. Now let's see what he actually did in this cases where we have great objections. It's his conclusions and opinions, which take up about 1.75 pages only on page 10. Let's see what he did and how he honored or didn't honor his own standard. And I'm going to, hopefully to assist the court, identify what I believe should absolutely be disallowed from him opining on. Conclusion opinion number one. I'm not going to talk about things that we aren't contesting. I want to go to the things that are clearly wayward and improper. 1C. He cites to Julie Nagel and occupants of Richard D'Antonio Ford F-150, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxim, arrival in time outside 34 Fairview, not seeing anybody exit Lexus or damage to the Lexus. What he is doing is he is not only using, but he's trying to credit contested testimony.
So let me find out, do you intend to introduce that testimony, Mr. Brennan, through this witness?
I intend to introduce that testimony prior to Dr. Welcher testifying. If it's not in the record, he would not be able to testify to it, but if it is in the record, he can refer to it.
How can he testify when someone arrived at the scene that has nothing to do with force times acceleration? So he's just gonna testify what other people told him, which has nothing to do with anything.
His entire testimony is going to be based on Julie and Ryan Nagel's testimony?
But that has nothing to do with what his expertise as a biomechanic engineer has to do with anything. If he's going to testify that what they could see, he can't testify to that because he's not a cytologist or a methodologist. He's a biomechanical engineer. He can tell you what happens to a body when it's struck with X amount of force. That's his job.
Par for the course, Baker. Par for the course.
You know, my rant video tomorrow is going to be just me screaming. I'm gonna make a album that'll rival Yoko Ono. It's just going to be screams.
I wish I could do that sound.
Part of the thing.
Right.
That's funny.
That's a very apt question, and Mr. Brennan's answer underscores the issue. So what I understand completely the foundational evidence issue. I understand all of that, but the transcending issue is an expert witness can't use contested testimony because experts are not allowed to credit and talk about the credibility of witnesses. It's clear case law in every jurisdiction, including Massachusetts, and he does that throughout his report. And we've provided in our supplement correction the clear case law. I'm not going to go through it because I know Your Honor knows this. It's almost Hornbook law. So based upon Mr. Brennan's answer, it only underscores and establishes our concern. So 1C should be excluded. Now to 2. 2A Romanets 3 and 4. Romanet 2A3. No evidence light was broken at 1 Meadows Ave. When does a biomechanical engineer get to testify about a contested issue and say no evidence? That's not for a biomechanical engineer. And when he set up his own boundaries, he didn't talk that he was going to be looking at contested evidence. Romanet 4, 2A4. No fragments of taillight on or in snow behind O'Keefe Chevrolet. That's an evidence, collection of evidence, preservation of evidence, etc. It's not for a biomechanical engineer. Then he goes on to 2C. Testimony of Jen McCabe. That's his heading. Karen Reed stated to her, etc., etc. In other words, given Jennifer McCabe's testimony, and then he talks about what he believes Ms. Reed knew. That is not only trying to credit testimony, we've got now a biomechanical engineer that is going to be stating the Commonwealth's case for it. what is the biomechanical force calculus?
Can we get a Ouija board to ask John O'Keefe what happened that night? Because that's about the same level of science as what they are going to do. They're going to have a mind-reading biomechanical engineer.
This is actually kind of disturbing, right? Because he's essentially being brought in as a hired gun. That's essentially what this guy is. He's not there to actually opine on his profession. He's there to back up the Commonwealth's assertions. And
and how can he determine what Karen Reed told Jen McCabe?
He can't.
If that's the truth.
He can't. He
can tell you.
But he's gonna.
He can tell you force times acceleration equals this amount of damage to a humerus.
I wonder. I'm not going to speculate, but I would guess that this guy has some kind of a connection to the Commonwealth or special prosector Brennan at some level. I would guess. That's strictly speculation and me being conspiratorial, but that's my guess.
If Bev allows this, this is going to be even.
She's gonna. Of course she's gonna. Of course she's gonna. She's not going to deny this. She should, but she's not gonna.
It's connected by a big fat paycheck. Yeah.
Facts.
And yeah, he's going to be brought in to give credibility to witnesses that's been on the state prior, or on the stand prior. He's not allowed. His expert opinion is in his field of expertise, and it's not what did someone say to someone, and is it credible? Well, yeah. Why are we surprised?
That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
I think her overturnment rate at appeal is 80%.
For talking about Julie Nagel, Ryan Nagel, Jen McCabe, frankly, anybody's testimony. It's unprecedented. Now, continuing on page 11 at the top, and this is C. Romanet 1-1, 42622, Julie McCabe, 42622, state grand jury page, etc., grand jury minutes. It's testimony. It's testimony of lay witnesses. Inherently, he is crediting that testimony as truthful. That's not what any expert can do, let alone a biomechanical engineer. Number 3, the location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right tail light of the Reed 2001 Lexus LX 570. So let's cut through the euphemism of orientation. What he is referring to is pattern recognition. He is saying that the pattern of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right forearm are supporting his opinion. Where is his qualifications to determine pattern recognition of a wound on a decedent? They don't exist. 4, and that should be stricken and not allowed. 4, perhaps the most egregious of all, and I respectfully submit what I've pointed out are incredibly egregious. 4, the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed 2021 Lexus impacting, etc., of his head on the frozen ground. So there are several maladies with that statement. First, where is his qualifications to testify as to frozen ground? He's not a pedologist, he's not a hydrogeologist, he's not a geologist. He has no basis to testify in that regard. But more importantly is his phrase, the totality of the evidence. And if Your Honor now looks at what he considers to be the totality of the evidence, it is extraordinary. He is, and I will state each one, he is becoming a medical examiner, he's becoming a lead investigator, he's becoming a cell phone data forensics expert, he is also, once again, talking about testimony of individual witnesses. So he says the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed Lexus impacting John O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe, etc., and of his head on the frozen ground. So what he's doing is he's now talking about cause of death and manner of death.
Do you intend to introduce that evidence, Mr. Brennan?
I wouldn't be introducing evidence of frozen ground through Dr. Welch. Is there other parts of
He's
the...
so slimy. He's so
He would not
slimy.
be offering a cause of death. I think the spirit of the report is putting all the information together to see his observations, but I recognize that he's limited to his field. The hard ground and the cause of death are not within his bailiwick.
All right, thank you.
Jesus.
Again, appreciate that apt question, and I'm going to go into why there's still an issue. So I think it's best just to go through each one.
Sure.
Thank you. So 4A, he says, and I guess this is what he means by totality of the evidence. Cell phone data. Where's his qualifications to discuss cell phone data? That's a data forensics. We had obviously many moments I'm sure your Honor may wish to not remember, but with regard to Mr. Green, etc., we went through a lot of issues about the expertise needed, the methodologies, the various tools. Where is his qualifications to talk about cell phone data? There are none. It's improper. So A in its entirety should be stricken. C, forearm lacerations 3 above. So that goes back to the euphemism orientation where he wants to talk about pattern recognition. And it's interesting that the Commonwealth vigorously contested Dr. Russell, and we all know her credentials on pattern recognition, but yet they're proffering a biomechanical engineer to talk about pattern recognition. D, air temperature and frozen ground. I'm understanding, if I understand correctly, that the Commonwealth is now stipulating to excluding that. And it's really the frozen ground aspect of it, of D. Then E. I'm sorry, Mr.
I
Brennan.
don't need to interrupt. The frozen ground, we're not going to bring in. The air temperature is important because it talks about the density of the strength of the taillight, and that's part of the conclusion. So there'll be evidence before he testifies about the weather we expect.
Okay.
And he can rely on that to talk about how that might affect the taillight. But frozen ground, we agree, that would not come in through Dr. Welch.
We have no objection to the air temperature testimony of Dr. Welter.
Okay.
E.
Why does he have an
Hat
opinion
line
on-
and fracture location.
Well,
Why does he have an opinion on it? He doesn't have anything to do with the plastic taillight or the air
well,
temperature,
he
right?
actually does, because that has to do biomechanically. That will have to do with the breaking point of the plastic. That's because that have a tensile strength of X and force to break X is Y. But I saw someone doing the math on that earlier, and apparently to break a tail light, you needed 8 or 10 times the force generated by a car moving 24.3 miles per hour in reverse.
Consistent with fall and posterior head strike. Extraordinary. Even the medical examiner in this case wouldn't venture onto that. But that is clearly an example of what I'm talking about in terms of Dr. Welcher going well beyond his field. He's talking about hat line and fracture location. That's a wound to the back of the head. And to make matters worse, he makes clear fall versus assault. He's making a distinction between a fall and an assault occurring. We've contested Dr. Wolf on that issue. Now with regard to F. This is the wayward, undocumented experiment that Dr. Welcher conducted. F, Romanet 2 should be excluded. It says drop test conducted by me with a hybrid 3 falling backwards, measured heads, G's of approximately, etc., etc. That experiment I've covered in what the case law requires for him to show. There is zero support for this experiment. I went through in Rintola, I won't repeat it, of all that needs to be established before an expert can talk about an experiment. Dr. Welcher supports his experience with zero. This very experiment that he did, this drop test, has zero documentation of where the methodology for that is support.
Yeah, that's why he would have to talk about it, because it's more brittle at a lower temperature. But then you will have to also factor in how much heat bleeds from the car to the tail light, because air temperature doesn't mean plastic temperature, and how much heat does the LED lights distribute as well within. I know LEDs doesn't make that much heat. It's not like fluorescent bulbs or anything like that, but still. You can attack that if he's saying, well, it was -5 degrees So that means the plastic is this brittle. Did you
Take account for the temperature
yeah,
of
take
the
account
car?
for this, and that. So
By science. Recall in Ritola, the paint person conducted an experiment, and the SJC said, yeah, you conducted it, yeah, you know, this is your area, but you've got to show all of these things, including where is this supported by the scientific method? What's
in South Carolina, you just have to say, I threw it, and then it's okay. That's expert testimony.
studies? Did you
I'm not saying that South Carolina, because Sue would kill me if I said anything bad about South Carolina, but that's how you do it in South Carolina.
repeat this experiment to make sure that there wasn't an error rate of concern? Every single deficiency in Ritola is extant with Dr. Welcher. His experiment must be excluded if Ritola is to have any meaning in Massachusetts jurisprudence. G. Julie, Nagel, and Ford occupants. Again, what does he say? Pulled in behind Lexus and never saw anybody enter or exit Lexus or walk into 34 Fairview. He's crediting, again, testimony and contested issues with regard to some important issues in the case. Unprecedented, the biomechanical engineer gets to come anywhere near that. And we provided, again, the clear case law where in Massachusetts that's not allowed. And as egregiously, H. People inside of 34 Fairview on evening of 128 and early morning of 129. H. Romanet I. John O'Keefe never entered 34 Fairview. Is there any more of a contested issue than that? But yet, he's proposing to testify and state that? What biomechanical engineering principle is being applied there? The answer is none. Except for Karen Reed, everyone at 30 and outside 34 indicated John O'Keefe did not enter 34 Fairview. Even more egregious than H. Romanet I. So, with regard to Dr. Welcher, I have, again, genuinely tried to assist the court with regard to blue penciling.
Who's the guy in the door? It looks like a cop.
His report to make clear, based upon the case law, what is...
It's not Bradle, right?
I'm not sure.
...is within his bounds and what is not within his bounds, based upon his own stated parameters. And with regard to the case law about commenting, not being able to comment on a witness, crediting their testimony, Commonwealth v. Quinn, which we cite, says such testimony impermissibly intrudes on the jury's province to assess the credibility of the witnesses. So not only is Dr. Welcher beyond his qualifications, but he's intruding on the province of the jury, and the Massachusetts courts state such testimony, the kind where an expert witness assesses the credibility of another witness, could substantially influence the jury's decision about whom to believe. And lastly and importantly, should the Commonwealth try to save this wayward part of the report by saying, well, you know, is he really directly or explicitly doing it? The Commonwealth v. Lopez case, and I quote, vouching for the credibility of a witness, here's the key part, whether explicitly or implicitly is impermissible. So I believe it's explicit for the reasons I've given, but even if the court were to conclude that some of his references to witnesses is not explicit what he's doing, it certainly at a minimum is implicit. So with regard to the experiment, the case law is clear as I have recited. With regard to this experiment, prepared solely for the purpose of litigation, not repeated, not retested, no documentation in the scientific engineering literature for the methodology or the experiment, dooms Dr. Welcher's experiment. And the bases in the jurisprudence of Massachusetts couldn't be clearer. Experiments come to courts with an extremely jaded eye, as Rintala talks about. Both eyes get even more jaded when it's created purposely for the litigation.
Yeah, his problem is he wants everything in there because he wants to make the record. But Bev is already tasting that lemon White Claw that she's going to pound and lick every little droplet of moisture out of. And she's been going for 45 minutes since she had her last White Claw, so Better wrap it.
And what is clear from the case law is the prejudice to the defendant in these cases by allowing experts such as Dr. Welcher to stray into all of these areas. In conclusion, Dr. Welcher is not qualified to do anything more than what the ARCA witnesses did, which is talk about and calculate forces and then determine whether or not those forces are.
Have you met the beverage?
Yeah, that's not what she meant. That's not what she
No.
meant.
She meant, can you wrap it up in 5 minutes or I'll start sighing?
Mm-hmm. She said, take all the time you need. She meant
to
better hurry up.
Yeah.
And based on physics are sufficient. So, Your Honor, we would request that because all of these deficiencies so infect all of his report, meaning the experiment is the entire basis for his opinions. You pull out the experiment, he has no basis for an opinion. You pull out a lot of his items, there is no basis for his testimony, and it frankly shouldn't be the job of the defendant or the court to fly spec his report in his slide presentation. And that is the final data point I want to hit, which is his slide presentation. We have a 140-page slide presentation that is unintelligible on its own. You can't understand it, and the report merely references it, it doesn't explain it.
Let me stop. Mr. Brennan, do you intend to use this PowerPoint presentation?
Parts of it. It certainly needs redactions. Any reference to witness testimony needs to be redacted. Opinions on credibility needs to be redacted, but there are different demonstrations that we do expect. The demonstration at Meadows Road, which clearly depicts that the cars didn't contact the taillight, we want to produce. The drop test, similar to Arcus.
We can see the car mates contact you, idiot. You can see it with your own eyes. We don't need an expert to lie to us. And I really hope that every single condition was exactly the same when you made that video. We went through this the first trial. The cars didn't make contact. Yes, they did. Because you can see that the Ford Escape Traverse moves forward.
I think it was a Traverse.
Test, we intend to offer that. But as far as the extraneous commentary, no, that's not intended to be, it's not proper, and we wouldn't even try to use it.
Do you intend to use all 140 or however many?
No, that is, we were comprehensive in the production to the defense so they could see the data points, how it was produced.
But there's no
and
data.
So we've included, you see many of the slides is the cameras showing the different data downloads. There's only a fraction of that we would show. What we would show is the drop test, the demonstration of the Lexus hitting Mr. Welcher's arm, and also we would want to show the Waze location.
I hope that you show the Lexus hitting Mr. Welcher's arm at 24.3 miles per hour then. Because again, you can't just make up BS.
Based on the data that.
Oh, and I hope this opens the door for Microdot to start introducing exhibits on behalf of the defense, because I bet you his are better than theirs.
Will be introduced to other witnesses, and after it's been attested to, and its reliability.
Okay.
If I may be heard on this?
Sure.
Thank you. I still don't know the answer to your question. The defense is entitled to know.
Right, so this will have to be provided to you prior to it's done.
Thank you. And do we have a date so we can adequately prepare for trial, Your Honor, in cross-examination?
When will you have the redacted slides?
I can have them by Monday.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if we have an issue, still, can we submit something to the court? Don't need another court hearing, but if Your Honor would like it, we're happy to do it just to get the basics.
Sure, so you'll get what you're entitled to, and which is just a narrowing down of what you already have. And then if you need to respond, you can respond, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
Okay.
So in conclusion, Your Honor, the proffered information from Dr. Welcher is, in my experience, unprecedented. It is all-encompassing. It veers extraordinarily beyond his own stated boundaries. And even if he didn't state his boundaries, it's clear he's trying to perform roles even with regard to what the Commonwealth has just said they're stipulating not to produce, still getting in extraordinarily to other disciplines for which there's no documentation. My last point is the point made by the Supreme Judicial Court. These experiments, especially of the insufficiency of Dr. Welcher, cannot be admitted into courts and go before juries for the reasons of the improper influence on the jury. And secondly, the methodology has to be tethered to a study or something in the literature to give the court, as the gatekeeper, a basis to say, this is science. This was done pursuant to the scientific method. And Dr. Crosby, Dr. Wolf, and now Dr. Welcher are completely absent with regard to that tethering. And as the SJC says, that deprives the defendant of cross-examination and a fair trial. And I don't know why the Commonwealth, I've been saying this for months, literally, as to why the Commonwealth doesn't produce it, either in reports or in their responses to our motion. I am left with one conclusion, Your Honor, and that is...
The family didn't do it, but the Commonwealth said, of course, you should be allowed to do it. The family wouldn't allow it. I actually think that I saw somewhere they wrote quite a nasty letter saying, you can go through the courts, we won't allow it, or something like that. I think they ended up by just agreeing to get all the data from the state, but I might be wrong.
They don't want to provide it, and they want to, as the Commonwealth's favorite phrase appears to be, do trial by ambush. But that can't work with a defendant in a criminal proceeding. The Commonwealth can't ambush, and that's not my standard, that's the standard of the SJC. So we respectfully request that Dr. Welcher's report and his testimony be disallowed in its entirety. We will, of course, await the narrowing, as Your Honor has ordered, and we would urge at a minimum that the defense know clearly what this witness is going to be allowed to testify to, and we would like to avoid an evidentiary hearing because I think it's pretty clear what the parameters are, but I have to reserve, Your Honor, our request in the alternative for an evidentiary hearing if what we get from the Commonwealth continues to be the vagueness that we've been getting all along. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Brennan?
He's the bestest ever.
I'm particularly disappointed that Mr. or Attorney Alessi sees this as some type of trial by ambush. I'm not going to digress the way he has.
Idiot. He's using your words against you.
You absolute moron.
Oh my God. I so wanna absolutely not go to Canton and correct slap someone. Because I would never ever do that.
I need a bio break. I need a bio break.
Trial by ambush is your saying, and you gave them 140 pages of bullshit, and now you're saying, I don't understand why they claim. You're just saying all the evidence we turned over, we're not going to use anyway. He's not going to testify about any of it. Oh.
But the case study in that is the ARCA, and that's why I'm concerned about waiting until the day before trial to get simple Rule 14 discovery. ARCA and Mr. Welcher have some similarities because they're biomechanical engineers. Now, in our production, we gave over 8 gigabytes of information from Dr. Welcher. We gave any reference material, whether he was going to use it or not. We gave all studies, all data, anything that he considered, even if it was irrelevant, we provided to the defense. It was an extraordinary production. I've never seen a more complete production. But
shut up. Talk about what the case law is. Don't. He's like one of those guys who want to sell you a car. Yeah, it's missing all 4 tires, but have you seen the air condition? It's one of the best air conditions you can get in a car. An engine, you don't need an engine. Listen to the sound system. You can hardly hear the road noise. You're such a blowhard. You are constantly misstating everything said by the defense. and you're constantly trying to confuse everyone about the matter at hand. The matter is your expert going to testify beyond his expertise? His reports kind of suggest he's going to do that because he talks about witness credibilities. He talks about what anyone could have seen. He talks about frozen earth. All of it is not in his expertise. Guess what the ARCA guys didn't do when you're comparing these two people? They didn't talk about Jen McCabe said this, which is a lie, because that's not their job. Why did Beverly Beveridge start out by making fun of Alessi? And this idiot is allowed to say stuff like this. Calm down, brother. This case should be dismissed on his lies alone. This case has no bearing. We all know this. And this idiot is constantly blowing hot smoke up everyone's ass. He never addresses anything other than just say, well, trust me, bro. If he had the judge we had this morning, he would be in sidebars, in judges' chambers being told, stop lying, you idiot.
Dr. Welcher gave his entire file to the defense with all of the raw material, all of the studies, all of the reference material. It's not limited to this report. As you can see, Dr. Welcher is extraordinarily thorough. You can see in the letter report all of the different things that he looked at, far beyond what any other expert has looked at in this case, far beyond, I dare say, what ARCA even considered in this case. And so it is obvious, but maybe not to the defense, so I will narrow it, that Mr. Welcher, Dr. Welcher, cannot come in and talk about the opinions or testimony.
Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry. You imply that the defense are not smart enough to understand the obvious thing in this one. You're the one who hired a guy and made him write a report that had nothing to do with his expertise. And now you're again discrediting the defense. You alleged that ARCA wasn't truthful on the stand. And now you're effing saying Alessi isn't smart enough to understand this report, which seems to be made up of, I just did it. Do you know what biomechanical engineering is? It's taking things, putting it into a formula. This speed, this weight, this impact generates this force. It's not listening to Jen McCabe, because that horse-headed woman should never be listened to. That woman should be kept out of everything because she is slightly late in French. Stop doing all of this bullshit. Stop constantly implying that the defense isn't smart enough to understand your big brain moves. You're so full of shit. Sorry, Valhalla, if you get demonetized on this video. I'll send you a super chat.
I am perfectly okay with it.
Fuck it, it's stupid.
It's insane.
The witnesses as relates to their statement. So, for example, as Attorney Alessi points out, 1C, he won't be able to come in and would not want to come in and say that the witness did not see damage to the taillight. She'll testify to that herself, that there was no damage. In fact, all the witnesses did not see damage to that taillight. As to 2C, the testimony of Jen McCabe, that is for reference. The testimony of Jen McCabe is for Jen McCabe and the jury. He will not be offering testimony of Jen McCabe or offering anything that relates to it. Similarly, 2.1 regarding Julie McCabe and grand jury minutes, he won't reference grand jury minutes in the abstract, let alone the details of it. Number 4, he will talk about the weather, if it is already in evidence. It's a proper basis for an expert, but he will not be talking about the frozen ground. Similarly, in 4G and H, this is reference material regarding Julie Nagle and the Ford occupants. They'll testify to what they did and what they saw. And the people inside 34 Fairview, even though every single witness says John O'Keefe never came into Fairview, that is left for the witnesses, not for Mr. Welcher. And so, the basic argument of the defense is that this biomechanical engineer should not be testifying using his principles and his education about demonstrations. What is suggested is that there's no evidence that he ever engaged in these demonstrations before, that they were exclusive for litigation, that they weren't tethered to a specific study, and the methodology for each one is not outlined in a report. I wasn't sure if he was talking about Dr. Welcher or he was talking about the ARCA experts, because when I'm looking at the ARCA report, which apparently they're very comfortable with, we don't even know which witness did what. Importantly, when we look at the ARCA report, you have one witness who decided to build a potato cannon for no reason that we know of. No evidence that anybody threw a glass, but apparently it was a cool idea, he cited on the stand. That wasn't tethered.
That was the Commonwealth's theory that he threw the glass and then she backed up. Did you even watch the first case? This is
I have no words.
mind-numbingly stupid what you're saying right now.
I have no words.
I so want to punch something.
Massachusetts, I hope you are proud of your special prosector that's running this case. I hope that you are proud of where your taxpayer dollars are being spent. Good God.
I want Plevin to testify now. Because Plevin makes more sense than this idiot. This is what his own team testified in the first trial, that the glass was thrown at the car. Then they made it, oh, he kicked the car. None of this makes any sense at all.
None of it.
Let the swear jar break free, Baker. You are saying what we all feel. I'm going to say that a lot today because this guy is... I wish we had a panel tonight because I want to hear a lawyer talk about how he's just doing his job today. Because I think everyone should be...
He's not just doing his job. He's taking pop shots. He's intentionally degrading the defense and their witnesses. ARCA of all people. He's attempting to diminish ARCA's reputation somehow. This guy's an absolute moron. Liz Bird says, for the swear jar, right there with y'all. Whew. M. Spire says, paying for Broken Baker's swear jar bill. Lol. And good sir, I did get 5 gifted memberships earlier. And I can't pull up who they went to anymore because it's too late for all that. And
that's what I'm saying. Bev should stop him. He's disparaging the defense team.
She should. She absolutely should. Not sure. Not sure got me 5 gifted memberships earlier. Thank you. Not sure.
Thank you. Not sure. Hank knows Bev hates the defense, so he throws around the insults she wishes she could. This is going to be the worst case in the world because he's just going to bring in shit witnesses. Natalie, the German, is also on the witness list, and she's going to come in and say, well, Karen and Aiden had contact. So he wants to bring it in, even though he lied to a judge earlier today and said, no, we don't have any intention to do it.
To a specific study. That didn't lay out the methodology of the potato cannon. That wasn't repeated.
It's a potato. It's not a potato.
Nonetheless, it's an air cannon. He's saying potato. Somebody said it in chat earlier, and I agree. He's saying potato cannon to degrade the quality of their research is what he's doing.
Yeah, and it's a standard test that you use an air cannon. Go watch videos on how they test airline windshields. They fire turkeys at them with a potato.
There's an awesome story about that. NASA or somebody was running these tests, right, to test the windshield thickness and how much pressure it can withstand. And somebody else started doing the test, and they're like, we don't understand what's happening. Every one of our windshields are breaking. NASA was like, you got to thaw out your turkeys. They're using frozen turkeys. I don't remember who it was now. It was Russia or something, but it was a funny story.
I'm taking notes for my... I just wrote, Hank is a dinkbat.
Heated or validated. There was no specific literature that was referred to in that
That's
report.
because
And
you
yet,
can
not only were they
take
allowed to
the
offer this
force
evidence,
multiplier.
it wasn't inappropriate. Now, it would be nice to know a little bit about the potato cannon, maybe a picture or a video, or some specs on it, or maybe some details on how it actually operated. See, these are the things that Dr. Welcher provides to the defense. He doesn't just provide the information, the raw data, and the studies. He actually shows the demonstrations. He doesn't hide from his basis of his opinions and conclusions.
I believe they weren't allowed to bring demonstratives. So again, do you know there's been a first trial? Because you seem to not know a shit ton about what happened in it.
And he shows and demonstrates them with videos and pictures and photographs. Quite unlike ARCA, where it is just simply a conclusion based on just trust me. And so when you
based on science
look at the production by Dr. Welcher, it is not comparable to the standard that the defense accepts for their experts. He is a biomechanical engineer. That is a combination and study of engineering and physics and science, and it also details medicine. He's not a medical doctor. He's not diagnosing an injury, but it includes all of those arts. Now, this is the same thing that ARCA says in their report. If you look at their report, they talk about the study, and they outline what they believe the study of being a biomechanical engineer is all about. In fact, one of the complaints by Attorney Lisi is Mr. Welcher's drop test. If you look at the ARCA report on page 10, they do the very same thing, except that they don't show it. They don't actually demonstrate it. It's pale in comparison, but they give the conclusions and they give a chart. No different. And so there are no medical diagnoses by Dr. Welcher. These are his opinions based on his study of the evidence, and he goes to the extent of actually demonstrating those different assessments that he has made. In particular, the defense takes issue with basically everything he's done. And just as a general perspective, they would like the ARCA witnesses to come in and say that the injuries were not consistent with striking the taillight of the Lexus. That's what they want to say. Dr. Welcher's opinion is different. It's the same engineering, it's the same science, it's the same concept, it's just a different opinion than they like. So if they like the opinion, all of these standards that Attorney Lisi is insisting on are excused, but if they don't like the opinion, somehow should be excluded. They're really polar opposites when you think about the perspective and the opinions they're given. They both have a different opinion about the taillight causing the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. One the defense likes, one they don't. It is the same science, same study, same analysis. And so if it's acceptable for ARCA, it must be acceptable for Dr. Welcher. Dr. Welcher actually downloaded the text stream data. He didn't ignore it. He didn't know that it didn't exist. He didn't fail to consider it. He actually downloaded it himself. He is experienced.
The text stream data doesn't matter. It's still force multiplied by acceleration.
Looked the material, studied the material. The text stream data is critical in this case because it shows time and place.
You missed the part where he said that biomechanics have something to do with medicine as well, somehow. You missed that part.
Well, I can only say
They're
that
not doctors.
Dr. Mictus is making a house call here today.
With the new information that we have. So we know from the Waze information exactly where that car went from the waterfall to the flagpole. We know where it did and didn't stop along the way. We know, based on the phone data, Mr. O'Keefe's phone data, when he was in the car until. We have all that evidence, and as a bioengineer, he can consider all of that technical data, which will be introduced through other witnesses at trial before he testifies. And it's important. The location.
He can't consider where his phone was at any point because it doesn't matter to the injuries.
The timing of that car is important. This is all science and data. It's not witness testimony. It's science and data. And it puts that car at that flagpole at the time Mr. O'Keefe is there with his cell phone, locked into the Bluetooth in that Lexus until he gets out of the car after 12:30. And within 2 minutes, we allege this collision occurs. And there's Apple Health data, there's location data, there's cell phone battery temperature. It all coincides. He should be able to consider these things in his study. This is what he does. The demonstration at Meadowbrook, John O'Keefe's house, is depicted by measurements which has been provided, science and data, by the ring videos, which will be independently admissible. And we see the gentle nudging of that Lexus into Mr. O'Keefe's car. And there has been allegations, claims, suggestions that that's where the taillight may have broken despite the other contrary evidence. You can see in the presentation he
It's not broken by John's car. It's cracked. Like the Dayton cop said. It
He
wasn't
just
broken.
acknowledged that. He just acknowledged that was a collision. He just acknowledged that she did in fact hit his car.
Yeah, and he said before they didn't hit, but it's a gentle nudging.
Now it's gentle nudging.
And no one claims the tail light was broken at that time. That's why no one noticed it that morning.
Actually shows not only the nudging in the car leaving through the ring video, but analyzes it, and you can see exactly where those two cars came into contact, and it wasn't the taillight. You can see through his demonstration or through his study of the materials he presented that the snow is on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's bumper until the nudge, and you can see the exact spots where the snow comes off. This is science and data. This is an opinion. This isn't witness testimony. And the jury should see that very evidence. It'll be admissible not only through him, but through independent witnesses. The defense takes issue with Dr. Welcher providing an opinion that the lacerations and cuts are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight. There's been many claims about alternative sources, which the Commonwealth disagrees with, as to those abrasions. But if you've seen the PowerPoint that's been presented and provided to the court, will be presented to the jury, it shows the symmetry of the arm and the location of the arm, the height of the broken taillight, and it shows...
To make that happen again. I'm just going to show off my buff arm.
Ooh, look at that arm. Got a good pump in this morning. That a boy.
I trained legs this morning. We're talking this area that busted the tail light but got scraped by the tail light. Do you know how much blood and how much tissue from his shirt would be in the tail light housing if that happened?
Especially if he was drinking.
And again, if you want those scrapes, it's not when he gets impacted by a car, because he's going to be flung around. He's not going to stick his arm inside of the taillight housing. If you want that to be a thing, it will be a slow creep up on him that scratches his arm. You're claiming at the same time he's hit, gets flung 20 feet away. There's so little force projected on the arm. It doesn't move away. It goes inside of the taillight housing. That's constructed to protect pedestrians. That's actually why you can't drive a car legally without a bumper on, because that's to lessen the impact on a pedestrian. That taillight is specially designed to not do that. Science and data. Science and data.
With great continuity, the height, location of that broken taillight, and how it relates to a bent arm. And that is based on engineering, biomechanics, the same things that ARCA employs. They just didn't do this. And so that's not witness testimony. That's not beyond the bounds of anything. That is powerful evidence, and we intend to introduce that.
That's just bullshit.
And then, as I mentioned, finally, the drop test. This is the same information that ARCA proposes in their report. For some reason, I don't think that was offered as evidence at trial, but it's clearly within the bailiwick of this expert. And so we will file on Monday a PowerPoint presentation redacting all the inadmissible parts of it, which is witness statements, and we expect to present the demonstrations to support the opinions as corroborative evidence of those opinions rather than just naked opinions. And there will be no trial by ambush. Now, we will be studious in getting that information to the defense. We would like them to be as studious getting us the ARCA information. It does concern me delaying that information because, as Attorney Alisi
that they were not allowed to turn over because it's federal.
eloquently said, you need time to prepare. We know he's a very prepared attorney. We'd like to prepare as well, and if we wait to get records and information and know who wrote what part of the report, we won't be prepared. There's a third engineer in their team that wasn't called. We'll have to add him to the witness list if he has any relevance. We won't know until we question those witnesses. So I think I'm also inclined to ask the court to consider we have that questioning well before their testimony. But we will meet our commitment and provide those slides on Monday.
And Mr. Alessi, again, you've already said you agree to talk to Mr. Brennan about the reciprocal discovery.
Yes.
Okay.
May I be heard with my...
Sure.
Thank you.
Like with Dr. Welcher's report, what Attorney Brennan did not say is even more important than what he did say moments ago. He didn't state or even address where is the methodology employed by Dr. Welcher tethered to a study, the scientific literature. He kept using the phrase, it's science and data, quote. Someone alleging that it's science and data doesn't even begin to approach that the methodology is established in the literature or satisfies the Dalbert-Lanigan factors. So, Your Honor, on the record before you, there's no better evidence that that tethering doesn't exist than the absence now for the fourth time upon challenge of that in Attorney Brennan's comments. That dooms Dr. Welcher. Now I want to address the false equivalency argument of Attorney Brennan. Attorney Brennan said falsely just now that the ARCA report does not set forth the methodology. There are 14 footnotes in the ARCA report. I just looked at them again. Footnotes 1, 2, and 3 tether the methodology of the ARCA experts to the literature. The methodology is documented. I do not understand how an attorney can get up and say a report doesn't have something without having a basis for saying it on a key issue that is disputed. Attorney Brennan also falsely stated that ARCA did exactly what Dr. Welcher did with regard to medicine and medical issues. That is completely false. ARCA, as is clear as day from the report, and I'll repeat it, did a force net equals mass time acceleration calculation and said the forces that come from 15 miles an hour, 24 miles an hour, and then, so the unknown is the force, the F in the calculation. What is known is the M and the A. The M is the mass of the head and the mass of the arm. The mass of the head is 11 pounds. The mass of the arm is 11 pounds. You then take the acceleration theory, even assuming the theory of the Commonwealth, which we can test, which is it's 15 miles per hour or 24 miles per hour. You multiply the mass times the acceleration, and you get a force. And then they said this force is expected to cause or not cause these types of injuries. That is a proper biomechanical engineering analysis. The ARCA experts didn't get into pattern recognition with regard to the wounds, the orientation, etc. But most importantly, there is no equivalency between what ARCA did and what Dr. Welcher did. With regard to Mr. Brennan stating, quote, this is what he does, referring to Dr. Welcher. The question is not, is this what he does? The question is what he does rooted in science. And what it means is not just any science, it has to be a commonly accepted, his methodology commonly accepted or satisfying the Dalbert factors. And Mr. Brennan did not contest one aspect. He didn't say, Your Honor, here is where what Dr. Welcher did can be found, it's commonly accepted, either in court opinions, which the court could take judicial notice of, or in peer-reviewed literature, because it's not there. And with regard to the 5 non-exclusive Dalbert factors, I covered that in my presentation in the beginning. I'm not going to repeat it, only to say that Mr. Brennan didn't address any of those 5 factors to show a proper foundation for that. With regard to what Mr. Brennan called arm experiment, relating to a bent arm, relating to injuries, I understand what Dr. Welcher did. The question is not what did he do, but is it accepted in the medical literature? So with regard to the arm experiment that Mr. Brennan just went through, he talked about it, but he didn't mention once where that's rooted in the literature. He finally concluded by saying, this is within the bailiwick of Dr. Welcher. I don't know what this is, but bailiwick is a tautology. It doesn't say anything about whether what he did is rooted in the literature or that it satisfies the Dalbert factors. So, in conclusion, Your Honor, I go back to Rintala, I go back to Meeks, I go back to case of Caravan. The Commonwealth has not today, not before, this is their 4th time, has not satisfied what the Supreme Judicial Court requires in these instances. And what it has come down to is the defendants, which stands in a different position, this equivalency between ARCA I've shown, and it's easily documented, the court can see it, that contrary to Attorney Brennan's false statements, ARCA did cite to and tether their methodology to the literature.
It's the press box.
But when you have a defendant on trial for the seriousness of the charges here, to have no methodology, to have no tethering to the literature, that's, as Your Honor knows, the gatekeeper's function to stop those opinions from going to the jury, to ensure not what the defense has created, but what the Supreme Judicial Court has created, which is the purpose is to allow for cross-examination and a fair trial. They haven't satisfied their burden. They have the preponderance of the evidence burden, and the consequences should be borne by the Commonwealth, not the defendant.
Okay. Go ahead, I'll hear a quick response.
Only for the defense.
Regardless, I know Attorney Alisi has decided to join the fray of disparagement. Now, he has said 3 times. That I've made false statements.
You made false statements, you idiot. You made false statements 10 times in one day. You constantly make false statements. No.
This isn't the first time that Mr. Alessi has tried to portray the Commonwealth as being disingenuous, because they know full well this is being covered by the media, and they want to create a sense to dehumanize anything that they don't like, whether it's the government, the prosecution, the witnesses, or the evidence. There's no place for it. 3 times. This follows when he made representations, reckless representations in court, that Brennan lied 10 times. We found some of those transcripts, and I took enough dignity not to mention it, because I didn't think I needed to, that the transcripts were not even accurate. Mr. Alisi was actually wrong when he was claiming I was lying about reading reports. Now, I don't want to stand up here and have a dispute, but when you use words like false statements as an officer of the court, they better be supported. That is a strong statement to repeatedly make, and it's a tactical one. It's purposeful. Attorney Alisi is joining the fray, and that is all part of the strategy here. Now, if you look at page 13 and 14 of Dr. Welch's report, perhaps that was missed in the review, there are resources in that report that number 26 different items of resources. And so if we're talking about support and tethering, it is at the end of the report. It's not footnoted like ARCA, it's at the end of the report. It's all there.
That's awesome.
All right, thank you. So we're going to move on to try and get some motions in quickly.
How can you not get Alessi a moment to respond to this crap?
Look at him. Look at Alessi.
I really hope they can file a motion. Jemima, can you file a motion? Because he's effing constantly misstating everything. And now he joined the disparaging. You claimed that ARCA lied on the stand.
The motion regarding the chalks, is there an objection to the Commonwealth's motion requesting the use of chalks and directing both parties to provide visual presentations in chalks prior to using?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. 583.
But remember, he never answered one single thing that the
Is there an
defense
objection
raised.
to the Commonwealth's motion eliminate to allow the expert celebrate demonstration? We had it before. Is there an objection to that from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is this something that can be done quickly, or is this something you need more time on?
15 to 20 minutes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to have to table this. We may end up coming back tomorrow.
I can do it unless you tell me what.
No, let's see what we can get before the luncheon break.
Yeah.
The paper number 585, it's the Commonwealth's number 11. Motion eliminate to admit the victim's out-of-court statements relating to John O'Keefe's state of mind, the quals, bins, types of cases. So is there an objection from the defense on that? If there is, I'll hear it quickly from the Commonwealth on its motion.
There is, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll hear you on this, Mr. Brennan.
I was going to start with an insult.
Evidence of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind is particularly relevant in this case. In addition to the charges, this has a domestic aspect to the case. We know from his statements that he was in a relationship with the defendant. We know from the statements that there was a tumult in that relationship.
Proof of a state of mind.
And many of those statements are reduced to writing. The state of mind of Mr. O'Keefe is reflected in those statements. There was no time or reason to fabricate. You can tell by the content and the volume of them that there is a legit.
if he's now gonna imply that he talked to people 2 weeks before, I hope he reads the 5 text messages where he's asking, "Are you coming to Canton tonight? Are you gonna sleep here? Are you gonna stay here? Are you coming to Canton?"
You know he's not gonna.
Legitimacy to them. And it is clear, based on that and other testimony, that he was in the course of attempting to end the relationship with Miss Reed. And so his statements, especially over the course of the day of this incident.
All right, so what's the time frame? It's so over the course of the day, I realize that the Aruba incident is too remote and you're not using that, but what's your time frame for me to be able to evaluate this?
As far as his messages,
or the statements, or the evidence that you're trying to put in under this doctrine?
His niece would testify, as she did.
Which shouldn't be allowed because she was a minor. She's not in a... That, we know that was most likely helped memory. Even though...
In the last trial, about the tumult in the relationship.
Okay.
And we'd introduced the same text messages that we introduced at the last trial, reflecting Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind about the relationship.
Okay.
And there would be nothing different from the last trial, other than the fact that we are not going to pursue the Aruba information. So it is actually a narrower time.
I read those messages. Yeah, they weren't lovey-dovey all the time. He actually seemed very jealous that she got a plumber to come fix her furnace. But let's read all of them in context, not just the one you cherry-picked the last time, because he actually asks her multiple times if she comes and stays with him. But he didn't want to be with her anymore. She says, "I'm going to stay home, wait for the guy. I can come by and fix it."
And let's not forget.
Okay. All right.
Let's not forget either that every witness in the bar that night spoke about how affectionate they were towards each other. One guy even got in trouble with his wife because he wasn't that affectionate ever. Nobody said that there was an argument between them that night.
Every time you're mad at Mrs. Valhalla, you also get very lovey-dovey, right? You don't go out to the barn and talk to the goats.
That's exactly what I do. I go for a goat walk.
Yeah.
I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I may be a little more brief given that explanation by Mr. Brennan than I intended or anticipated. I will say that where the Commonwealth's motion fails is in its explanation as to the relevancy and how it comes in under a state of mind theory. These are obviously hearsay statements. That in some cases they are multiple hearsay statements, or potentially multiple hearsay statements. John O'Keefe's state of mind is irrelevant unless there is a specific admissible evidence that he communicated those statements, and we'll have to sort of take them as they come. Given I don't have the full breadth or an understanding of the full breadth of the information that is being sought. Mr. Brennan just indicated it's going to be consistent with the last trial, so that gives me some target range.
That's true.
But without knowing more, under a normal hearsay or even state of mind analysis, it's irrelevant unless there's a specific admissible point that he communicated that, or point at which he communicated that state of mind to Ms. Reed. She was aware of his state of mind, and very importantly, that the information that was communicated to her was of such a nature that she would have acted on it in a manner that's consistent
That's
with...
what we were talking about, the bins, calls, those points that need to be made.
And that's what I'm getting to. With that last point, and to drive this point home, that's preposterous. The idea, there is no evidence to support that last point, that this type of information, let's say for instance, it's information that he wanted to break up with her, or he was mad at her, or he was angry at her about something, some incident, some specific thing having to do with feeding the kids donuts or not feeding the kids donuts, or they had what was considered, what was testified to in the first trial as a very normal row or argument about something as insignificant as that. The fact is, the state of the evidence is that on the night in question, it's uncontroverted by even the Commonwealth that the two of them were getting along extraordinarily well. The facts are borne out in both videos that are uncontested. They're borne out in witness statement that went uncontested, that they were affectionate, they were happy together. They were described by basically everyone on the Albert side, the McCabe side, as well as individuals who also saw, that were not related to those families, who also saw Karen and John interacting throughout the evening, and they all said that they were getting along very, very well. One person described them, the court may remember this phrase, as lovey-dovey. I think that it's pretty clear that through this testimony, or through this rubric of bringing in John O'Keefe's state of mind, the Commonwealth really wants an opportunity to call one or more or several witnesses who will basically say he wanted to break up with her, she was not a good girlfriend, he didn't like her. That is an assassination of her character. He can couch it in whatever terms he wants, but that's really what it is. These witnesses will have no corroboration, we expect. I'm leaving the text messages aside. If there are text messages between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, that may be a different analysis, but certainly where it comes down to the witnesses, like the niece, they'll have no corroboration or no documents, no writings, no recordings, no videos, no audios, nothing but their word. And to allow a witness to walk in and to say negative things about Miss Reed with no way of verifying those statements is highly prejudicial. It's not just prejudicial, it's far more prejudicial than it would ever be probative.
Just to remind you how much they hated each other.
Right.
This is how my ex-wife and I looked at each other when I said, I want a divorce. And every time we've seen each other the last 24 years since that, we look like this.
Oh. This is... Brennan is like... He's the best
Dr.
gaslighter.
For the visit. I calmed down, but...
He's professional level gaslighting. Like, it's amazing how good he is at gaslighting a situation.
The worst part is, this guy sent an email saying, well, that's fine, we'll talk about it, and paid a bill, and pulled a new one in front of the world. Hanky Panky lies constantly. And it's so obvious that he's misstating everything. And Bev just, can we do it? Can we do it later? Yeah, if a Russian bot sees this look on his wife's face, he's running.
In the circumstance. Even if he did, even if the evidence was that he had discussed breaking up with other people, there are two major impediments to the Commonwealth's request. First, there is no evidence that, for instance, from the niece, I don't believe that there will be evidence, that was imparted, or those specific conversations were imparted to Miss Reed. The state of the facts very clearly show the opposite. If we look at the circumstantial evidence, the videos of Miss Reed at both C.F. McCarthy that night, as well as at the waterfall that night, showed the two of them getting along, completely inconsistent with two people who were talking about breaking up. John O'Keefe wanting to dump her, and her knowing that she was going to be dumped, which is what the Commonwealth is generally suggesting. And second, there's absolutely no evidence that even if she thought that John O'Keefe, if she was aware that John O'Keefe was unhappy in the relationship, that he might want to break up or in the relationship, that would have been a catalyst for murder. And that's where the rubber meets the road in this analysis. That's what the Commonwealth has an obligation to prove before this evidence is admissible. And that's a ridiculous stretch. They'd been together for about 2 years, notwithstanding the prior relationship many years earlier. She had her own career. Karen Reed had her own money. She had her own life. She had her own job, had her own house. She was not dependent upon John for anything, not for money, not for room and board, nothing. They were, at the end of the day, just dating. The fact that she had some text messages with other individuals, or an other individual, Higgins, is actually evidence that she knew she had options, and John O'Keefe likely knew he had options as well. Both of these individuals were not tethered to each other in a way that if one wanted to break up with the other one was going to murder the other one.
We know Paul's looking at options.
And that's what the Commonwealth would have to prove to make this admissible. There's no suggestion in the facts that Karen Reed would kill John O'Keefe rather than simply break up with him or allow him to break up with her, and they both go on their own way. It's absurd. And there's no evidence that she was angry with him that night before she got out of her SUV. All of the evidence that we have, all of the uncontroverted evidence that we have, establishes exactly the opposite.
Renee, make sure you have no sharp objects anywhere near you when you rewatch this, especially the last testimony. I had to have a visit from Dr. Mictus just to calm down.
I was going to say pregame, but just a little bit of pregame, because by the end of it, you're going to be drinking. I promise.
Yeah, if you are in a state where a certain dragon might be allowed to fly around, Not that I condone any use of substances, but I wish I lived in a state where edibles were legal during this trial, because I think I'm going to need it.
They were a loving couple, out one evening, having drinks with friends, in a good mood, and happy with one another. We cite a case called McGraw, M-A-G-R-A-W. And just for the record, I'll state the site. I think it's at 426 Mass 589. And the McGraw court provided a very defined quote that I think is illustrative for our purposes, Your Honor. Quote, "A murder victim's state of mind may..."
Thank you. I think a double was enough for this time. I might have one when I'm done, but thank you so much.
...be material to the defendant's motive, but only if the defendant knew of the victim's state of mind, and most importantly, the court's words, not mine, and most importantly, would be likely to respond to it. The best evidence that the second prong cannot be met is the fact that the Commonwealth will attempt to bring in these prior statements of John, which, if believed, Ms. Reed never acted on. In other words, they're going to bring in prior statements to say she would necessarily act on it, and act on it in a violent way that would take someone's life, but at the same time they're stuck with the very clear fact that if in fact that's true and it was imparted to her that he was unhappy in the relationship, she never acted on it.
I'll allow it.
Not once. And the moment that we do have frozen in time that we can go look back on is the night of January 29th, or the evening of January 28th, going into the early morning hours of January 29th, in which they were both getting along perfectly well, completely in opposite of what the court in McGraw defines as necessary for that sort of evidence to be admissible. The reason that the Commonwealth's theory for admission doesn't make sense is because it's not really their theory for admission, I suspect. I suspect that it's more that they would like to have someone or some people get on the witness stand and assail Miss Reed's character, make her look bad, and say that she was either a bad girlfriend or that John was not happy with her. It's an attempt to inflame the jury, to make them dislike her for something that has nothing to do with the evidence that she hit him with her SUV on the night in question, and it's a very transparent attempt. We strongly believe that this attempt does not meet the evidentiary standards that are required. The Commonwealth cannot meet those standards, and pursuant to McGraw and its progeny, we would ask that this evidence be deemed inadmissible.
Okay. Quick follow-up.
It seems the thrust of the defense argument, and I appreciate their advocacy and argument, but it's not shared by the Commonwealth, is that they were lovey-dovey and got along well that night. Well, at the time of this incident, it seems there's substantial evidence that Ms. Reed was not happy with Mr. O'Keefe. On 2020, transcript page 43, line 1, she was asked, would you say that you were angry with John that night? Her answer was yes. She was asked by Ms. Voss on June 20th, 2023, about that night, or the day before. She says, I was temporarily frustrated, it wasn't an argument. She also says to Ms. Voss, were you worried at him or pissed at him or both? I was pissed until I fell asleep. Now,
because he walked into the house and didn't come back out and drive home with her.
You're talking about two completely separate situations, man. They're referring to before this apparent violent act that she committed. You're talking about after the fact that John totally ditched her in her mind. I'd be mad too.
My theory still is, because her first testimony was, I saw him go to the door. They had an agreement. I'm just gonna go in, calm things down. I'm just gonna go in, have a beer, and say, "Hey, fellas, thank you for tonight. Karen's not feeling well. We're gonna go home." Something like that. She sat out there, waited for 15, 20 minutes, and thought, "Fuck you," and went home and was angry. It's kind of a thing women get when men have that little problem we have. In Denmark, we call them beer holes. If you fall in one of them, you have to drink your way out of them.
Yeah.
And that takes a little more time than we expect, because there's always more beer. This is, again, context missing. Yes, it sounds bad. If he's allowed to say that in court.
This is technically after the act, the alleged act.
Yeah.
You're taking statements from after the act to justify her reasoning to perform said act. Like it doesn't make sense. Like the logic isn't there.
No logic. The defense
I
doesn't
like the beer
understand.
holes analogy. That's good. I like
In addition to her anger, she specifies some of the tension. We heard from the testimony of Jen McCabe that when she gave directions to John O'Keefe, she mentioned a mother of a child who Mr. O'Keefe had a prior relationship with. This is minutes before we allege the collision happened.
No, that's not when she mentioned it to Jen O'Keefe. That's the morning after. It's minutes before they found the body, and it's probably a lie. But because I trust Jen McCabe about as far as that horse-faced woman can jump, and that's not really far, I think.
Not anymore.
He's fucking misstating everything.
And so, in the interviews that she has provided to these different outlets, she discusses the fact that she hears this information and that there was an issue or some type of interaction about the fact that he was previously dated another woman. And this is a conversation that takes place minutes before the collision. And so we have statements from the defendant herself that show the discord in the relationship, the anger, being pissed, the motive. Without reading them, because it's unnecessary, there is substantial corroborative evidence. Not only that the text messages, which are corroborated by the niece's testimony, but the imminency of it, that this is happening in real time.
There's no imminency. The latest text you have before the accident is, can you please come to Canton and hang out with me? It's not, go away, bitch, I don't want to see you anymore. And the niece wasn't at the bar, where every single person asked stated they seem lovey-dovey. If you weren't a gaslighting blowhole like you are, nope, I'm not going to say anything about lighting things on fire. A beer hole, new term, is that Danish? Yeah, that's what we call it if you go and you play football and you told your wife, I'll have a beer after, but then you accidentally fall into a beer hole, and then it's a case of beer. That's what me and Valhalla is going to do on the Linné expert's house.
Moments before John O'Keefe's death, and so all of this should be admissible. It's all supportive of each other.
If I could just correct the record very quickly. Sure. If anything Mr. Brennan just said was true, he might have an argument. My goodness. It's important to get some of the facts right. You got to get some of them right. The conversation that he just referenced with Jen McCabe was the next day. It was the next morning, not minutes before the collision. He's read the transcript. Every time he stands up, he says, I wasn't there, I read the transcripts. We got to hold him to that burden, Your Honor. You got to get the facts right. That conversation with Jen McCabe was the next morning after John O'Keefe had been found, after he didn't come home.
I'm sorry, I just need to correct.
I'm sorry, I was talking to my client. I'm not quite done. This was during the time after 5:07, after the SUV leaves, we see One Meadows, and Jim McCabe and Kerry Roberts get together, and as they're looking for him and searching for him, that's the point at which they have the conversation about being, about some other woman, or why he might not have come home, or what her mindset might have been at the time. It's after the fact, well after the fact. The other issues concerning Karen Reed's statements about being upset, or in Gretchen Voss's words, were you pissed at him? It was in context of when. When were you upset with him? When he didn't come back out. When he didn't come back to the car. After she left, she was angry. That's where all the voicemails take place. That's what she was talking about, having been angry. There is no evidence, none whatsoever, no evidence in the record. I want to make this as crystal clear as I can. No controverted evidence, no suspect, no evidence at all that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had a single crossword that night before he ended up missing and she went home. Before he ended up walking out of the car, going toward the house, and she ended up leaving when he didn't come back out. Zero. The only evidence that was propounded throughout that entire day was hours and hours earlier that morning, dealing with, did you feed the kids donuts? And yeah, I did. No, I don't like it when you feed the kids donuts. She was spoiling the kids. It was not enough to enrage anybody. It's ridiculous. And the evidence that it didn't enrage anybody is the fact that they ended up later that night together in a lovey-dovey environment. getting along fine, getting along wonderfully. That's why the Commonwealth cannot make their burden to establish that this was the type of information that she would have, by necessity, acted on, and not just acted on in any way, acted on in a way that's consistent with their theory that she would have received the information and murdered him for it. That's the hurdle over which the Commonwealth cannot leap for the admissibility of this type of evidence. It's far, far more prejudicial than it is.
Who's this? Anyone knows who this is? Because she's been very animated sometimes today.
It's probative.
Okay.
Before accusing somebody of getting it wrong, the person accusing should be right. I know that Mr. Jackson, Attorney Jackson, was present during the Voss interviews, but apparently they haven't listened to the interviews or read the transcripts.
Idiot. That's not what he alleged to. He said the statement made to Jen McCabe. Why are you... you should be slapped around by someone who is not me, because I would never condone that.
Page 88, line 22. Not the next morning. When Jen was navigating John to the Alberts, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating. Similarly, page 92, line 1, totally contrary to what you just heard. Totally. There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts, when I was driving, she said it near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating. She broke up briefly with her husband.
Not stating that she was told at that time. She was told the next morning. We know that from the first trial.
Not my words.
All right, so we're going to break. We've got a lot of ground to still cover. I suggest that we take the personal attacks completely out of this. Hold on, both sides. I want to get through these motions today. If we don't, I'll bring you back tomorrow. I'll bring you back Monday. Let's get through these motions. Leave all the attacks, all the falsehoods, all of that. Leave it all aside. Let's focus on the motions and get through this. So I'll see everybody.
But then you have to instruct Special Prosector Brennan to stop fucking lying all the time. I hate this bitch. Yeah, you're still muted.
Everybody at 2 o'clock. If I could say one more thing. As the court ponders this last issue.
I'm not even thinking about it for the next hour. Let's leave it. Yeah.
Why aren't you thinking about it for the next hour?
Because she's high as a hawk.
It's the happy hour, that's why.
That's in 40 minutes. Just talk a bit. I'm going to set up so we can redirect.
Okay. I should probably do that too then. You go first.
Yeah, but I have to send you the link before you can do it. So I have to do my words before you can do your words.
You want to do me a favor and just share the screen down there for everybody? Yeah, we got goats, y'all. Look at the baby. She's so cute, ain't she? Yeah, this is absolutely bonkers. Brennan is the slimiest snake I've ever witnessed. Like, if that dude was if he treats his relationships like he treats his work habits, he is an abuser, y'all. I wouldn't let that dude be in charge of walking my dog, let alone authority at a prosecutor's level. I can't imagine. Oh my God. I can't imagine how Massachusetts has to feel with this type of leadership. I couldn't imagine. I left. Was that her squealing? I didn't hear anybody squealing. I think that's the rooster, the bantam rooster that's going off right now. He's like the size of a pigeon. He's little. My employees would take this many breaks. We could be on 50 days from now. Rooster. Yeah, it's a rooster. I'm catching up on chat. How many times have you been divorced? Oh, that's a good question. I wonder. No, he's not broken. He's just little.
I'm not little. I'm same height as you and 3 times as wide.
The rooster, not you, Baker. The rooster.
I want to call the baby goat polka dot. I've said he should auction it off. Hey, DJ
Chad already
Redis.
decided. Chad already decided. It was a chat came up with Dottie, and that's just what we've been calling her. So that works. It's official.
And happy Solstice Day to you, expert. May the Easter Bunny crap eggs all over your front lawn, back lawn, and your lanai, and may they be made of chocolate.
Why do you say lanai?
Because I learned a new word when I was watching the pianist case.
It's lanai, isn't it?
I think she said lanai. I've been editing a video at a bird park, and then a rooster there making the exact same noise, just less hoarse. Well, maybe it's related to this one. I believe she said lanai, not lanai.
Lanai is how I've only ever heard it ever in my life.
Yeah, but she said it in a posh way.
That could be. I'm not very posh. I'll give you that.
But, are you ready? Have you redirected?
I've got to set up the redirect still. I got the stream going. I'm not as nimble with this as you are, sir.
Jackie nimble, Jackie quick. Jack
I also can't find my studio. There we go.
I don't think anyone pronounces Hawaiian words correctly.
They're hard. They're tough.
Yeah. I need to watch some Golden Girls. I used to watch the Golden Girls back in the 80s.
I like the Golden Girls.
Yeah, it was a fun little series. I loved the old woman. She was a badass.
Well, and obviously Betty White is gold, right? She's awesome.
I watched her. I watched a clip from what's that show with the guy who wins a prize and then goes around and tries to fix everything. My Name is Earl, or something.
Oh yeah. That's a good one.
Where he makes her face mask, puts super glue in it and super glue on her broom, and then calls the police and says a witch is eating children, and she gets saved. She is such a cool woman.
She absolutely was. There's something wrong with you if you don't like Betty White.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm all set up and ready.
They have Betty White stamps coming out on the 27th this month. Well, everyone, I need to go ram my head very hard against the wall because I became stupider today while watching this today.
That was a lot of ers.
4 hours and 30 minutes of pure stupidity. We're going to redirect to the afternoon streams on both channels. Please, if you didn't already go and love Valhalla, you should do that because look at him. He's like his goat, fluffy and loves to be cuddled behind the ears.
Don't tell people that.
Yeah, don't walk up on him and do that. You could get in trouble. But go get something to eat. Don't drink on an empty stomach, as I do. And we're going to see you back in roughly half an hour. Bye, y'all.
Something like that.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right, 100.
100.
Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.